Chapter 101, The Training Plan. I burst into the dining hall, slightly out of breath from running. The familiar scent of steamed buns and rice filled the air as I scanned the crowded room for my friends. Even at this late hour, the hall was bustling with disciples finishing their evening meals or simply gathering to talk. "Over here," Wei Lin's voice called out from our usual spot near the windows. He and Lin Mei were already halfway through their meals, several empty plates stacked between them. "Sorry I'm late," I said, sliding onto the bench across from them. My stomach growled loudly, reminding me that I hadn't eaten since morning. Wei Lin pushed a plate of dumplings toward me. "We ordered extra. Figured you'd show up eventually." "Thanks." I grabbed my chopsticks and started eating, trying to ignore their expectant stares. After a few moments of silence, I looked up to find them both watching me with varying degrees of amusement and curiosity. Lin Mei spoke first. "So, are you going to tell us where you've been?" I glanced around, noticing Lu Chen's absence. "Where's the kid?" "Nice try changing the subject," Wei Lin smirked. "But Lu Chen's fine. He's getting settled into his new quarters. We'll see him after dinner." "New quarters?" I raised an eyebrow, momentarily distracted from their interrogation.
Lin Mei nodded.
"You missed quite a bit while you were wherever you were." She gave me a pointed look. I sighed, knowing they weren't going to let this go. "I was learning formations," I admitted between bites of dumpling. "From an elder." Wei Lin choked on his tea. "An elder? Which one?" "Elder Chun Yong." Lin Mei frowned slightly. "I don't think I've heard of him." "That's because he usually stays to himself." Wei Lin cut in, his eyes wide. "There are rumors he just entered the life realm." He turned to me with a grin, slapping my back hard enough to make me almost drop my chopsticks. "I always knew you'd become an elder's disciple." "I wouldn't go that far," I said quickly, remembering Chun Yong's complaints about taking on disciples. "He's just giving me some pointers about formations." Lin Mei's eyes narrowed. "And how exactly did you catch an elder's attention?" From her accusing look, I could tell she already had a pretty good idea. I focused very intently on my bowl. "I might have gotten into a small fight."
Keski viikkoen.
Lin Mei's exasperation was clear in her voice. "It wasn't my fault," I protested. I tried to walk away, but this guy was determined to teach a first-year disciple a lesson. I made air quotes with my chopsticks. "Let me guess," Lin Mei said dryly. "You taught him one instead?" I shrugged, trying to look innocent. "I'm just glad you didn't get hurt," Lin Mei sighed. "But you need to be more careful." She shook her head. "Boys and their need to show off." "Actually," Wei Lin cut in, "it might have been for the best." When Lin Mei turned her glare on him, he held up his hands defensively. "Hear me out. I was talking to some older disciples about the tournament. Supposedly in the group stages, the weak teams usually get targeted since the strong teams tend to avoid one another." "That actually makes sense," I said thoughtfully. "By the way, did you hear what I registered our team as?" "Oh right, our team name." Wei Lin perked up. "Please tell me it wasn't something embarrassing." "Three Paths." "Really?" Wei Lin raised an eyebrow. "Sounds kind of basic. Would you have preferred the Dual Cultivators +1? I asked innocently. The chopsticks he threw at my head were probably deserved, but I decided it was worth it just to see Lin Mei's face turn that particular shade of red. "Speaking of the tournament," I said, ducking a third missile, "I checked out our competition when I was signing us up. You could be reading stolen content. Head to Royal Road for the genuine story." "So there really is an 8th stage cultivator," Lin Mei muttered, shaking her head. "How are we supposed to compete with that?" "We don't," I said flatly. "Remember, we just have to get through the first round. After that it's one-on-one, and none of us have to fight Yuan Zhen unless we make it to the finals, or have really bad luck and end up in the same bracket as him. Which won't happen," Wei Lin added cheerfully. "No offense, but I plan to get eliminated the moment I face someone above the 5th stage. I'm not dying for glory." Our conversation was interrupted by a sudden hush falling over the dining hall. I turned to see what had caught everyone's attention and found Earth Fist Lu walking in. He was alone, his massive frame making him stand out even more than usual. To my surprise, he started heading directly for our table. I tensed, wondering if I was about to get into my second fight of the day, one that I likely wouldn't be winning. But Lu's expression wasn't hostile. If anything, he looked amused. He stopped at our table, nodding to Wei Lin and Lin Mei before focusing on me. "Nice work putting that arrogant disciple in his place," he said, his voice a low rumble. "It's about time someone taught him that cultivation stage isn't everything." I blinked, caught off guard by the praise. "Thanks." He smiled, an expression that transformed his usually blank face. "Hope to see you in the one-on-one battles. It's been a while since I've had an interesting opponent." With that, he turned and walked away, leaving a wake of whispers behind him. Did Earth Fist Lu just compliment you?" Wei Lin asked, sounding dazed. "I think he did," I replied, equally surprised. "Great," Lin Mei muttered. "Now you'll be even more impossible to keep out of trouble." After we finished eating, we headed towards Lu Chen's new quarters. As we walked, Wei Lin and Lin Mei filled me in on what I'd missed while I was with Elder Chen Yong. "You'll never believe who picked Lu Chen as their disciple," Wei Lin said. "Elder Song," Lin Mei answered before I could guess. "She's one of the sect's foremost experts on earth element cultivation." That made sense. A stone guardian would naturally attract the attention of an earth element specialist. "How's Lu Chen handling it?" "Better than you might expect," Lin Mei said. "Though I think having Rocky there helps. It's hard to be too intimidated by anyone when you have a 15-foot stone guardian backing you up." Wei Lin nudged me with his elbow. "Oh, and guess what else? We each got 2,000 contribution points for recruiting them." I couldn't help but smile at that. The points would definitely come in handy, maybe for tournament preparations, or perhaps. We entered the core disciple area, and I had to admit the difference was striking. The paths were wider, paved with spirit stones that gave off a soft, ambient light. The buildings were larger and more ornate, with formation arrays visible in the walls and roofs. Even the air felt different, cleaner somehow, more charged with spiritual energy. Lu Chen's new quarters turned out to be a small compound rather than a single room. The main building was clearly built to accommodate Rocky's size, with high ceilings and reinforced floors. A training yard took up most of the space. Already showing signs of use, there were several impact craters that looked suspiciously Rocky-sized. We found Lu Chen in the yard, practicing with the training sword I'd given him. He was wearing purple disciple robes that looked a bit too big for him, though someone had clearly tried to adjust them. Rocky stood nearby, watching his friend's movements with what seemed like pride. The stone guardian noticed us first, letting out a grinding sound that might have been a greeting. Lu Chen spun around, his face lighting up when he saw us. "Brother Ku," he called out, running over. "Did you see? Elder Song said I have talent for earth element techniques. And look at my new robes." I couldn't help but smile at his enthusiasm. It was good to see him settling in so well. "They suit you," I said, ruffling his hair. "Though you might want to roll up those sleeves before you trip." "Elder Song says she can teach Rocky how to compress his form," Lu Chen said excitedly. "So he won't break things as much. And she's going to teach me how to form my inner world too. Though," his expression fell slightly, "I have to learn to read and write first." "That's not a bad thing," Lin Mei said gently. "Knowledge is just as important as power." "I guess." Lu Chen sighed with all the drama of a preteen being forced to study. "But Rocky gets to start training right away." The stone guardian made another grinding sound, this one somehow managing to convey smugness. We spent the next hour catching up, Lu Chen excitedly showing us around his new home, while Rocky followed like an oversized pet. When the sun finally began to set, we said our goodbyes and headed back to the outer sect. I found my thoughts turning to the future. The tournament was approaching quickly, and I needed to make the most of every moment. My schedule was already taking shape in my mind. Weekly formation lessons with Elder Chen, team practice with Wei Lin and Lin Mei, and any spare time in this world devoted to studying formations and manipulating plants. But the real key would be the Two Suns world. I had a strong feeling that I could enter and leave at will. I didn't need to die to return. Unfortunately, I hadn't had a chance to test that theory last time, what with being vaporized and all. Still, the time difference between the worlds could be invaluable. I could gain more battle experience there, learn more runes, maybe even find ways to combine them with formations. And while in that world, I could enter my inner world to develop it. My thoughts drifted to the vine I'd left behind, and my smile turned slightly sad. Maybe I could use some of these new contribution points to research soul bonds, find a way to bring it back with me next time. After all, if Lu Chun and Rocky could form such a powerful connection. You're being awfully quiet, Lin Mei observed, falling into step beside me. Just thinking about training plans, I replied, which wasn't entirely a lie. Don't think too hard, Wei Lin called from ahead of us. We've got 8 weeks, plenty of time to figure things out. I didn't feel like 8 weeks was actually that much time, but with access to a different world along with the time dilation effect, it would probably be more than enough. Well, I hope it will. Chapter 102, Team Training. Week 1 of training. The crisp, clear morning air was tinged with the faint scent of spirit herbs wafting from the nearby gardens. I stood with Wei Lin and Lin Mei before the great iron gates marking the entrance to the Outer Disciples' Beast grounds, watching the early morning mist curl around our feet. My plan was to spend the morning doing some team training before heading to the sect archives to research soul bonds in the afternoon, and if I find something useful there, then tomorrow I'll return to the Two Suns world. You know, Wei Lin said, breaking the comfortable silence, when you suggested team training, I was thinking more along the lines of sparring in the practice yards. He eyed the gates warily. Not, potentially getting eaten. Lin Mei elbowed him in the ribs. Don't be dramatic. The truly dangerous beasts are kept in the Inner Disciples' grounds. She paused, then added in a slightly less confident tone. Right? I nodded, though privately I was wondering if I should mention the rumors I'd heard about an 8th-stage beast that supposedly wandered the deepest parts of these grounds. Probably best not to bring that up right now. Azure, I thought inwardly. What can you tell me about the layout? The grounds are divided into rough concentric circles, Azure said. The outer ring, where we will be staying, usually has beasts between the 4th and 5th stages of chi condensation. The middle ring hosts 6th and 7th stage beasts, while the inner ring, he trailed off meaningfully. Let me guess, that's where our theoretical 8th stage friend lives? Among others, though the probability of encountering it while staying in the outer ring is virtually 0. I turned to see that my friends were still arguing about the relative dangers of various spirit beasts. I let out a loud cough, trying to project more confidence than I actually felt. Being responsible for other people's safety was new. Ready for our first team training exercise? Wei Lin stopped mid-sentence, something about how even a 2nd-stage beast could kill us if it got lucky, and gave me a look that suggested he was seriously reconsidering our friendship. You're enjoying this way too much. Maybe a little, I admitted with a smile. But think of it this way. Better to work out our teamwork issues here than during the tournament. He has a point, Lin Mei said, though she was fidgeting with her sleeve in a way that betrayed her nerves. And I've been wanting to test some new techniques I've been developing. Just remember I haven't learned any healing techniques yet, she added quickly. So please try not to get hurt. Your concern is touching, Wei Lin said dryly. It's practical, she shot back. I'd rather not have to carry either of you back to the sect. Before anyone could back out, I placed my hand on the authentication stone beside the gate. It glowed briefly, recognizing my status as an outer disciple, and the massive doors began to swing open with a deep grinding sound that reminded me of Rocky. We stepped through into what looked like a perfectly normal forest. Tall trees stretched overhead, their branches weaving together to create a natural canopy that filtered the morning sunlight. If it weren't for the slight shimmer in the air, the telltale sign of an active containment formation, you'd never know this was a carefully controlled hunting ground for spirit beasts. The gates swung shut behind us with a resounding boom, and I felt the formation activate fully, ensuring nothing could leave without proper authorization. The sound seemed to echo through the trees, making birds take flight in the distance. The author's narrative has been misappropriated. Report any instances of the story on Amazon. Wei Lin cleared his throat. Right then, since you volunteered to be our scout, how about finding us a nice, reasonable fifth-stage beast? Preferably one that's already eaten recently. And please, Lin Mei added, keep us away from anything higher. I've heard about what sixth-stage beasts can do to unprepared disciples. I nodded. Azure. Already scanning, he replied. There are several fifth-stage beasts within reasonable distance. The closest is interesting. Define interesting. It appears to be a jade-crowned serpent tiger. According to the spiritual fluctuations I'm detecting, it's at the peak of the fifth stage. I relayed this information to the others, and Lin Mei's eyes lit up with recognition. Oh, I know about those. They're actually perfect for our first training exercise. Perfect how? Wei Lin asked suspiciously. They're powerful but predictable, she explained. They have enhanced speed and can channel jade essence through their claws for extra cutting power, but they're not particularly clever. Their attack patterns are well documented. She started counting off on her fingers. First, they'll try to ambush from above. If that fails, they'll attempt to circle their prey, looking for weak points. Their third pattern involves using their jade essence to create cutting waves through the air. We'll need to watch out for those. Finally, if all else fails, they'll resort to straightforward physical attacks. That's actually really helpful, Wei Lin admitted. How do you know all this? Lin Mei smiled. The herb gardens get regular shipments of beast cores for medicine refinement. I like to study where our ingredients come from. I couldn't help but smile at that. Trust Lin Mei to turn even beast core deliveries into a learning opportunity. This way, I said, starting down a barely visible trail. We moved quietly through the forest, Wei Lin and Lin Mei following my lead as Azure tracked our quarry. I made sure to keep us downwind, though with spirit beasts, physical senses weren't always the most important factor. Wei Lin, I whispered, keeping my voice low enough not to carry. I've been meaning to ask, how exactly does your merchant method work in battle? I understand using it for cultivation, but combat. Wei Lin grinned, clearly pleased to be asked about his technique. Remember how I told you my inner world is like a marketplace? Well, each shop specializes in a different type of energy. When I fight, I basically make trades. Trades? I raised an eyebrow. Yeah. Say someone attacks me with fire essence. I can buy it with my chi, store it in the appropriate shop, then sell it back as a different type of energy. Usually earth essence, since that's what I have the most affinity for. He shrugged. The conversion rate isn't great. I lose some power in the exchange, but it means I can adapt to pretty much any type of attack. That's actually pretty clever, I admitted. It wasn't as flashy as some techniques, but the versatility could be invaluable in the tournament. It could probably be OP in the higher realms. Just don't ask him about his special discount techniques. Lin Mei cut in with a smirk. He'll talk your ear off about market optimization and energy arbitrage. Hey, proper resource management is important, Wei Lin protested, though he kept his voice down. After about 5 minutes of careful stalking, I held up a hand for them to stop. Ahead, in a small clearing, lay our target. The jade-crowned serpent tiger was beautiful in a deadly sort of way. About the size of a small horse, it had the muscular body of a tiger but was covered in scales rather than fur. The scales were a deep emerald green that faded to white on its belly, while a crest of pale jade crystals ran from its forehead down its spine. Its tail was long and sinuous like a snake's, ending in a sharp jade barb. Currently, it was sprawled in a patch of sunlight, apparently napping, but I noticed its ears twitching occasionally, and its tail moved with too much purpose for true sleep. It's aware of us, I whispered, but it's waiting to see what we'll do. Waiting to ambush us, you mean? Wei Lin muttered back. Probably, I agreed. Perfect chance to practice our coordination. I could feel both Sun's energy stirring within me, eager to be used. but I forced myself to ignore them. One of my goals with formation study was to find a way to better hide their unique energy signatures. Until then, I needed to practice fighting without them. Besides, when we're in a forest like this, my ability to manipulate plants was a big enough advantage already. Okay, I whispered. Here's the plan. Lin Mei, you'll be our support, focus on disrupting its movements and creating openings. Wei Lin, you're our heavy hitter. When you see a clear shot, take it. I paused, making sure they were following. I'll keep its attention divided and try to control its movement options. Ready? They nodded, both looking nervous but determined. Remember, I added, this is practice. I won't let anything serious happen to either of you, but you need to experience some pressure to improve. Trust me. Trust you. Wei Lin grinned, though it was a bit shaky. You're the crazy first year who challenged a 6-stage cultivator yesterday. But sure, why not? Lin Mei just nodded again, her hands already moving through the first positions of her flowing river method. Then let's wake up our scaly friend. Chapter 103, Jade-Crowned Serpent Tiger. I sent my awareness into the surrounding plants, preparing them for what was to come. Then, with a thought, I caused a branch to snap loudly on the far side of the clearing. The reaction was immediate. The jade-crowned serpent tiger's eyes snapped open, pupils flashing like polished jade in the light. It rose in one fluid motion, muscles coiling beneath its scaled hide. Then, between one heartbeat and the next, it vanished. Above, I called out, already summoning my first vine. Split up. Wei Lin and Lin Mei dove in opposite directions as the beast crashed down between them, its jade claws leaving deep furrows in the earth. The vine I'd called shot up like a spear, aiming for its exposed flank, but the tiger twisted away, its scales gleaming as it gathered power. The beast's tail whipped toward Wei Lin, jade barb glowing with a greenish chi. Instead of dodging, Wei Lin squared his stance, his body taking on a subtle brown glow. The tail struck his raised forearm and seemed to sink into it, the jade energy disappearing like water into sand. First trade of the day, Wei Lin grunted, his merchant's method converting the absorbed power. Multicolored chi swirled around him as his inner world processed the energy. The tiger didn't wait for him to finish. It spun toward Lin Mei, probably marking her as the next easiest target. 2 quick slashes of its claws sent waves of jade energy cutting through the air. I knew Lin Mei would not be able to take the full force of a Qi Condensation Stage 5 beast without serious injury or even death. So, I sent my second vine surging up from the ground between Lin Mei and the attack. The jade energy sliced clean through it, but the momentary barrier gave Lin Mei time to gather moisture from the air. She swept her hands outward, creating a shield of rapidly spinning water droplets that diffused the remaining energy. 8 o'clock. Lin Mei warned as the beast circled around, using the trees for cover. I tracked its movement through the disturbed plants, waiting for the right moment. When it gathered itself to pounce, I sent my third vine wrapping around a thick branch above its position. The vine pulled taut just as the tiger leaped, altering the branch's angle enough to throw off its trajectory. The beast landed awkwardly, giving Wei Lin an opening. His right fist glowed with earth essence, the converted power from its earlier attack. But the tiger recovered faster than expected, its jade crown flaring as it met his charge with its own. Watch the... I started to warn, but it was too late. The beast's tail came around in a surprise attack, catching Wei Lin in the side before he could react, sending him tumbling. Wei Lin. Lin Mei's voice carried both worry and anger. She gestured sharply, and dozens of water needles materialized around her, each compressed until they gleamed like steel. They shot toward the tiger in waves, forcing it to break off its attack on Wei Lin. I recalled my 3 vines, knowing I'd need them positioned perfectly for what came next. The tiger was focused on deflecting Lin Mei's water needles with its jade barrier, its crown blazing with defensive energy. How's the trading going? I called to Wei Lin as he picked himself up. Working on it, he replied through gritted teeth as he clutched his left side. The chi around him was churning as his method processed the new influx of jade energy. This stuff's not easy to convert. Give me 5 seconds. I sent 2 vines surging toward the tiger's front legs, trying to draw its attention. The third vine I kept in reserve, waiting. The beast's claws flashed, easily shredding through my attacks. But that was fine. I wasn't trying to hurt it. I just needed it focused on me. Lin Mei had been steadily gathering more water essence, drawing moisture from a wider and wider area. Now she released it all at once, not as attacks, but as a fine mist that filled the clearing. The water particles caught the morning light, creating a disorienting array of reflections that made it difficult to track movement. The tiger's head snapped back and forth, its jade eyes struggling to penetrate the visual distortion. Its tail lashed in agitation, destroying a small tree in its frustration. "Ready," Wei Lin called. The brown glow around his fists had intensified, but now I could see threads of green running through it, jade energy partially converted to earth essence. "Lin Mei, pin its right side," I commanded. "Wei Lin, circle left. I'll keep it centered." I sent my remaining vine straight at the tiger's face, forcing it to rear back. As it batted the vine aside with its claws, Lin Mei's water needles peppered its right flank. They weren't powerful enough to penetrate its scales, but they kept it turning defensively in that direction. The beast's crown began to glow brighter, preparing for a major attack. That's when I brought my other 2 vines up through the ground on either side of it, not attacking, but creating barriers to limit its movement options. The tiger gathered itself to leap away, but Wei Lin was already there. His strike caught it in the shoulder, not a solid hit, but enough to disrupt its balance. The beast tried to counter with its tail, but this time Wei Lin was ready. His merchant's method absorbed the jade energy of the attack, adding it to his growing power. Ensure your favorite authors get the support they deserve. Read this novel on Royal Road. It's favoring its left side. I called out, noticing how the beast shifted its weight. "Old injury. Wei Lin, I'll create openings, you focus on absorption. Lin Mei, can you slow it down? Got something new for that." Lin Mei's hands traced complex patterns in the air. The water essence around her condensed into floating rings that began to spin with increasing speed. The rings shot forward, expanding as they moved. When they reached the tiger, they didn't strike directly. Instead, they began orbiting it at different angles. Each ring created a localized zone of increased atmospheric pressure, making the beast's movements slightly more sluggish. I sent my first vine whipping at the tiger's head, forcing it to dodge right through one of the pressure rings. Its movement was noticeably slower, giving me time to sweep my second vine low. As it jumped, fighting against the increased pressure, I could clearly see how it struggled to distribute weight on its left leg. The third vine shot straight for its injured flank, drawing an awkward defensive swipe from its claws. Wei Lin's timing was perfect. He darted forward just as my vines pulled back. His right hand glowed with converted earth essence as he aimed a strike at the beast's exposed flank. The tiger sensed him coming. Its jade crown blazed as it unleashed a devastating counter-right claw, wreathed in jade energy sweeping down in a killing arc. Wei Lin's eyes widened, but his merchant method activated just in time. The sigils around him flared bright green as they struggled to absorb the massive influx of energy. "Too much power," Wei Lin grunted, his face strained. "Hold on." Lin Mei swept her hands in a circular motion. A sphere of pure water essence formed around Wei Lin, creating a barrier where the air pressure was perfectly controlled. Inside this space, the tiger's energy attacks would be slightly weakened, making them easier to absorb. Before the beast could press its advantage, I sent 2 vines crossing between them, reinforcing Lin Mei's bubble. My third vine struck at the tiger's injured leg, forcing it to awkwardly shift its weight again. The beast snarled in frustration. It spun into a complex combination: right claw, tail sweep, left claw. Each attack blazed with jade essence. Wei Lin managed to absorb the first strike through the vacuum bubble, though I could see the merchant sigils flickering from the strain. He physically ducked the tail, jade barb whistling over his head. "I need a little more time," Wei Lin called out, backing away to process the absorbed energy. "Lin Mei, freeze the ground," I shouted, seeing the perfect opportunity. She understood immediately. Water essence swept across the forest floor, instantly freezing into a slick sheet of ice. The beast's claws scrabbled on the slick surface as it struggled to maintain its footing. For just a moment, its left rear leg, the injured one, touched down on a specific spot I'd been waiting for. All three vines erupted from the ground simultaneously. The first wrapped around its right foreleg, the second snared its tail, and the third coiled around its injured left leg. The beast's eyes widened in surprise as it found itself suddenly immobilized. The ice crackled under the tiger's struggles, already beginning to splinter from its frantic attempts to break free. Its jade crown blazed with gathered power as it prepared to release a massive blast of energy that would surely shatter both ice and vines. But those crucial seconds of immobility were all Wei Lin needed. He shot forward, all the power he'd absorbed throughout the fight concentrated into one earth-shattering blow. The tiger managed to shatter the ice restraints with a burst of jade energy, but it was already too late. Wei Lin's fist connected squarely with its jade crown just as the beast was channeling its power. There was a moment of perfect stillness as the two energies met. The clash of energies released a thunderous shockwave that sent leaves swirling from nearby trees. The tiger's jade crown shattered with a sound like breaking crystal. The force of the blow lifted the massive beast completely off its feet, sending it hurtling backward through the air. It slammed into a massive oak tree with enough force to crack the trunk. The impact shook the entire tree, sending a rain of leaves and broken branches cascading down. The tiger slumped to the ground, its once brilliant scales dulling to a mundane green as its power source crumbled away. For a moment, we all stood there panting, almost surprised that our strategy had actually worked. Did we? Wei Lin started. Just take down a peak 5th stage spirit beast? I finished for him. Yeah, we did. Lin Mei let out a slightly hysterical laugh. That was actually kind of amazing. Your team coordination still needs work, Azure commented in my mind. But for a first attempt, it wasn't terrible. Though I notice you let Wei Lin land the killing blow despite having several opportunities to end it yourself earlier. That was the point, I thought back. They need to build confidence in their abilities. Besides, Wei Lin's earth essence was better suited for breaking its crown than my vines would have been. If you say so, Azure replied, though he sounded amused. Though you might want to check on your friends. I think the adrenaline is wearing off. Sure enough, Wei Lin had sat down rather suddenly, while Lin Mei was looking at her hands like she couldn't quite believe what she'd just done with them. You both did great, I said, walking over to help Wei Lin up. Especially that final strike. Perfect placement. Thanks, Wei Lin managed, accepting my hand. Though next time, maybe we could start with something a little less terrifying. Actually, Lin Mei said, her scholarly interest apparently overcoming her post-battle jitters. This was probably the safest way to start. Like I said, Jade Crown Serpent Tigers are predictable. Now we have a better idea of how to work together before facing something more challenging. More difficult? Wei Lin groaned. Can't we just enjoy this victory for a minute before planning the next near-death experience? I couldn't help but laugh. Despite all his complaints, his eyes shone with pride. We'd just taken down a beast that, individually, would have been beyond either of them at their current cultivation level. Come on, I said, making my move on the beast core. Let's get this preserved properly. Lin Mei, we could probably earn some good spirit stones selling it to the herb gardens. She nodded eagerly. The jade essence will be especially useful for certain medicines. Though, she looked at Wei Lin with a mixture of exasperation and fondness. We should probably check you for injuries first. Fighting the beast in close quarters was a bit reckless. Hey, it worked, didn't it? He protested, though he didn't resist as she began examining him for wounds. As I watched them bicker good-naturedly about proper combat techniques versus effective ones, I couldn't help but smile. We had a long way to go before we'd be ready for the tournament, but this was a good start. I looked up at the sun, surprised to see how much time had passed. We should head back. I want to visit the archives before they close. Looking for anything specific? Lin Mei asked as we started walking back toward the gate. I thought about the vine I'd left behind in the Two Suns world, about Lu Chun and Rocky's bond, just doing some research on soul bonds. I have a few theories I want to check. Soul bonds. Wei Lin raised an eyebrow. Planning to get a spirit beast of your own? Something like that, I said vaguely, though hopefully one that doesn't try to eat me. Always a good quality in a companion, he agreed. Chapter 104. Companion Bonds. As soon as training had ended, I made my way to the library and claimed one of the more secluded study tables, partly hidden behind towering shelves of cultivation texts. Now, 6 hours later, a small mountain of books surrounded me, their spines bearing titles like Understanding the Immortal Soul, Companion Bonds Through the Ages, and a modern analysis of ancient soul theory. My eyes were starting to blur from reading endless philosophical debates about the nature of souls. This is getting us nowhere, I muttered, closing yet another tome that spent 300 pages arguing whether souls were made of pure spirit energy or were simply a manifestation of consciousness. How can there be so many books about souls and so little actual information? That's because you're reading the theoretical texts, Azure replied. Cultivation philosophy is complicated. Everyone has their own interpretation. I picked up one of the thicker volumes. This one claims souls are fragments of the universal Tao that broke off during the formation of reality. The next one says they're crystallized intent formed through countless reincarnations. And this one, I squinted at a particularly confusing passage. I think this one is saying souls don't actually exist and we're all just very condensed clouds of chi? Technically, all of those could be true simultaneously, Azure mused. Or none of them. The nature of souls is one of those fundamental mysteries that even immortal realm cultivators debate. I picked up another heavy tome aside, this one about inner world theory. Azure. According to this, beings that form soul bonds with cultivators can actually live inside their partner's inner world. I followed the text with my finger as I read. It's not like storing items. Normally, chi condensation cultivators can't bring physical things into their inner world at all. But soul bonds are something different. Because the bond binds their very existence? Exactly. It says in the book that once the bond is formed, the companion's life becomes intrinsically linked to the cultivator's. So even if they die physically, as long as the cultivator lives, they'll reform within the inner world. I straightened up, realization dawning on me. Azure, this means we may have a way to bring back the vine, he concluded. But how would it survive in your inner world? The environment there isn't exactly hospitable yet. I flipped through a few more pages. That's the interesting part. The soul bond apparently creates a kind of protective bubble. The companion exists more as a spiritual manifestation than a physical being when they're in the inner world. They don't need the same kind of support a normal plant or creature would. So theoretically, Azure mused, we could form the bond with the vine in the Two Suns world and bring it back here, I finished. Not just its soul, but its actual self. I closed the book with a soft thump. Speaking of which, Azure redirected my attention to the other pile of books. Now we should figure out the right kind of soul bond. Okay, so from what I can gather, there are basically 3 main types of soul bonds, I said, spreading out my notes. Master-servant bonds, companion bonds, and dual cultivation bonds, Azure finished. Though that last one isn't relevant to our situation unless you're planning something very strange with that vine. I threw a crumpled paper at where I imagined his presence to be. Not funny. Let's just stick with the first 2. Master-servant bonds are the most common, Azure said. They establish a clear hierarchy, one soul dominant over the other. That's what most cultivators use with spirit beasts or other beings they want to control. I nodded, scanning my notes. Right? The master can draw on the servant's power, give commands that must be obeyed, even share senses in some cases. But, I frowned. It feels wrong. The vine isn't some pet to be controlled. It sacrificed itself to try save my life. That leaves companion bonds, Azure continued. More equal, based on mutual trust and benefit. Like what Lu Chun shares with Rocky. Two souls choosing to stand by one another rather than one forcing the other to obey it. The downside is they're harder to form, I said, flipping through another text. Master-servant bonds can be forced if you're powerful enough, but companion bonds require both parties to be willing. The willingness wasn't the issue, but usually both need to have some form of spiritual energy. That was the real problem. The vine might have a soul, the way it had responded to me, protected me, certainly suggested some form of consciousness. But it didn't have chi. In the Two Suns world, it ran on the strange energy system that reality used. Do you think that matters? I asked. The texts all assume both parties will be using chi, but is that actually necessary? Or is it just because no one's tried bonding with something that uses a different power system? Souls seem to transcend individual cultivation systems. Your soul isn't even from this world, after all. And the bond between Lu Chun and Rocky formed naturally, without any specific technique. I leaned back in my chair, staring up at the library's vaulted ceiling. So maybe the chi is just the medium, the tool used to forge the connection, but not the connection itself. Think of it like building a bridge, Azure said. Chi is the material you use to build it, but once the bridge is there, what counts is the connection it makes, not what it's made from. But would a technique developed for chi work with a different type of energy? I wondered, pulling another book closer. Or would we need to adapt it somehow? That depends on whether souls themselves are fundamentally different between the two worlds, Azure said. If they're the same basic substance, for lack of a better term, then the technique should work regardless of the energy used to implement it. If they're different, then we're trying to build a bridge between incompatible materials, I finished, and the whole thing could collapse spectacularly. We sat there in silence for a long moment, thinking about the possibilities. The vine had been so intelligent, so loyal. The thought of something going wrong, of damaging either of our souls through a failed bonding attempt. I groaned, letting my head thunk back onto the desk. This is making my brain hurt. If it helps, Azure said, we don't have to know the deeper metaphysics. We just need a method that works safely. He had a point. I straightened up again. Let's visit the archives. Master. Azure's voice held a note of amusement. Perhaps you should eat something first? My stomach chose that moment to growl loudly, earning me a glare from a nearby disciple. Food can wait. I want to die of hunger before you can even attempt the bond? Azure interrupted dryly. The archives are closed at this time. You can go tomorrow morning. I sighed, but he had a point. Okay. I'll get something to eat, then some much-needed sleep. As I put the books back, I couldn't help but feel excited. We might actually have a way to help the vine. Assuming, of course, I could convince Elder Chong to let me access the actual soul bond techniques. This content has been unlawfully taken from Royal Road. Report any instances of this story if found elsewhere. One step at a time, Azure reminded me. Let's focus on not falling down the stairs from hunger first. I rolled my eyes but headed for the dining hall. The sooner I ate, the sooner I could sleep, and the sooner tomorrow would arrive. And maybe, just maybe, find a way to bring back the friend who'd sacrificed everything to save me. The next morning, I made my way to the archives. The walk gave me time to organize my thoughts. I needed to be careful how I phrased this. Asking for soul bond techniques was normal enough, but I didn't want to raise too many questions about exactly what I planned to bond with. The archives looked exactly as I remembered, all dark wood and glowing formations, with that special quality of silence that felt alive somehow. Elder Chong sat at her usual desk near the entrance, this time wrestling with what appeared to be a scroll that was trying to eat other scrolls. She looked up as I approached, and her eyebrows rose slightly. Ah, young disciple. I must admit, I'm somewhat surprised to see you still alive. Good afternoon, Elder Chong, I replied politely, pretending not to notice the scroll trying to sneak away while she was distracted. The World Tree Sutra has been educational. Has it? She caught the escaping scroll with one hand without looking. I had heard rumors you'd made some progress with it, but given this sect's tendency toward creative storytelling, She studied me more carefully. Perhaps I underestimated your potential for self-destruction. Actually, I said before she could continue down that line of thought, I'm here about something else today. I'm interested in soul bond techniques. That got her attention. Oh? Planning to take a spirit beast companion? Or perhaps something more exotic? I'm looking for a companion bond specifically, I said. Something based on mutual trust rather than dominance. Interesting choice. She finally subdued the rebellious scroll, trapping it under a paperweight that lit up with what looked like suppression formations. Most disciples prefer master-servant bonds. More practical, they say. Easier to control. I'm not interested in control, I replied honestly. Just connection. Understanding. She studied me for a long moment, then nodded slightly. Follow me. We made our way deeper into the archives, past rows of sealed shelves and what looked like a cage containing a very angry book. Elder Chong moved with purpose, clearly knowing exactly where she was headed. Companion bonds, she said as we walked, are both simpler and more complex than master-servant bonds. Simpler in principle, two souls choosing to support each other, to share strength and understanding. More complex in execution because you cannot force that choice. The technique merely creates the possibility. The souls themselves must do the actual connecting. She stopped in front of a heavily warded section, placing her hand on a formation that glowed briefly before fading. The fact that you're asking about companion bonds suggests you've already identified a potential partner, someone or something you trust. I nodded, not volunteering any details. She opened the sealed cabinet, revealing rows of jade slips. Well, let's see what might suit your needs. She began removing slips, laying them out on a nearby reading table. The Azure Dragon's Oath, she said, placing down the first one. Very traditional, very stable. Forms a deep bond but requires both parties to have compatible spiritual roots. Probably not what you're looking for. The next slip had a simpler pattern. The Thread of Fate. More flexible, can work with different types of spiritual energy, but... She shook her head. The bond it creates is rather weak. More symbolic than practical. A third slip, this one marked with complex spirals. The Eternal Companion Method, one of our more reliable techniques, creates a balanced bond that can grow stronger over time as both parties advance in cultivation. However, she gave me a pointed look. It requires both participants to have roughly equivalent cultivation bases. That could be problematic, I admitted. I thought it might be. She continued laying out slips, each with its own strengths and weaknesses. Some required complex rituals, others needed specific spiritual materials. A few looked promising but turned out to have side effects like shared pain or emotional bleeding. Finally, she placed a last slip on the table. This one was older than the others, its pattern somewhat faded. The Heart's Bridge Method, she said quietly. Not as dramatic as some, but perhaps more suited to your needs. I picked up the slip carefully, feeling the ancient wisdom contained within. What makes this one different? It was created by a cultivator who specialized in understanding connections between people, between righteous and demonic chi. She smiled slightly. The technique doesn't try to force compatibility or create artificial links. Instead, it helps the souls find their own way to each other, using whatever form of energy they're most comfortable with. That sounds perfect, I thought but didn't say. Expensive, she finished. 2,500 contribution points, to be exact. I tried not to wince. That's slightly more than I currently have. How much do you have? 2,000, I admitted. But I've recruited some new disciples for the sect, one at the 6th stage of chi condensation, one at the 7th. Once those contribution points come through, the 6th stage would earn you approximately 100 points, she mused. The 7th, perhaps 250, still leaving you 150 short. I gave her my best hopeful smile. Any chance you could waive the difference? For a dedicated student of the archives. Her eyes narrowed, but to my surprise, The corners of her mouth twitched slightly. A dedicated student who chose to attempt the World Tree Sutra despite my warnings. You mean? In my defense, it hasn't killed me yet. Yet? She repeated dryly, but she was already reaching for the registration scroll. Very well. Consider it a reward for surviving your own poor decisions this long. I tried not to look too shocked as she began filling out the transfer forms. Thank you, Elder Chong. Don't thank me yet, she replied, not looking up. I understand, I said quietly, but this feels right. Like something that was meant to be. She looked up to study me for a long moment, then nodded once and returned to the paperwork. Then I hope your instincts prove correct, young disciple. For both your sakes. A few minutes later, I walked out of the archives with the Heart's Bridge method safely stored in my storage ring. Well, Azure said as we headed back toward my quarters. That was surprisingly easy. Too easy. I wondered. Perhaps she sees something in you, Azure suggested. Or perhaps she's just curious to see what you'll do next. Either way, we have what we need. I nodded, my hand straying to where the jade slip rested in my storage ring. It was time to practice this method. Then I could return to the Two Suns world. Chapter 105. I'll be back soon. I sat cross-legged on the floor of my room with a small wooden stand in front of me supporting the jade slip that contained the Heart's Bridge method. I cleared away everything else, creating a clean space for practice, no distractions, just me and an ancient technique. Are you ready? Azure asked. I nodded and then reached forward to activate the jade slip. Information poured into my head like water, carrying with it the accumulated wisdom of whoever had developed this technique. It felt different to any other technique I had learned. Most cultivation methods were precise, rigid things. Do this exactly this way, channel chi through these exact meridians, maintain this specific mental state. The Heart's Bridge was softer somehow, more like guidelines than absolute rules. This is fascinating, Azure commented as we absorbed the information together. The technique doesn't try to force a connection. It creates a framework and lets the souls find their own way to each other. I studied the basic principles. The method started with meditation, but not the usual kind where you tried to empty your mind or focus on a single point. Instead, you had to reach a state of openness? That wasn't quite the right word, but it was close. You needed to be aware of your own soul while simultaneously being receptive to the presence of another. It's like, I searched for the right comparison. Like trying to hear a very faint sound. If you strain too hard, you'll miss it. But if you relax and just listen. A good analogy, Azure agreed. The technique seems to emphasize finding natural points of resonance between souls rather than forcing them to align. The next section detailed how to extend your spiritual sense outward, creating what the technique called a bridge of understanding. This wasn't about projecting power or establishing dominance. It was more like offering your hand to someone, letting them choose whether or not to take it. The energy requirements are interesting, Azure noted. It says here that while Qi is traditionally used, the technique can work with any energy that carries the essence of the soul. That caught my attention. Why does it sound like they're aware of other energy systems? Either it is referring to energies in other worlds, or it could be referring to the different energy in different cultivation realms. Like life realm energy? I nodded. It could be that. So theoretically, it could work with the energy from the Two Suns world? I asked. If that energy is capable of carrying soul resonance, yes. The technique seems remarkably adaptable. I continued reading, absorbing the subtle variations and possible pitfalls. The jade slip contained several case studies, examples of both successful and failed bonding attempts. Some of the failures were particularly instructive. Trying to force a bond never worked, nor did attempting to bond with an unwilling partner. The most successful bonds formed when both parties approached each other as equals, each offering what they could while accepting what was offered in return. Time to practice? Azure suggested after we'd reviewed the material several times. I nodded, shifting slightly to find a more comfortable position. The first step was achieving that state of receptive awareness. I closed my eyes, letting my breath fall into a natural rhythm. The technique suggested starting with your own soul, not trying to change or direct it, just becoming aware of its presence. This part was harder than I expected. I'd never actually tried to feel my own soul before. Most cultivation techniques focused on chi pathways or spiritual energy. But this was different, trying to sense the very essence of who I was. Try thinking about how it feels when your soul leaves your body, Azure suggested. You've experienced that sensation before. He had a point. I focused on that memory, the weightless feeling of being between bodies, that sense of being purely myself without any physical form. Gradually, I began to perceive something deeper than chi, more fundamental than spiritual energy. It felt like a vast ocean of consciousness, simultaneously familiar and mysterious. Within it, I could sense echoes of my connection to Azure, like ripples in still water, adding layers of complexity I hadn't expected to find. Don't worry about the differences, Azure advised. Remember, the technique is meant to be flexible. Focus on understanding your soul as it is, not as the manual suggests it should be. Right? I relaxed, letting go of my preconceptions. My soul was what it was, a unique combination of this world and another, shaped by my experiences and choices. Once I felt comfortable with my own soul state, I began practicing the next step, extending that awareness outward. The technique described it as creating ripples in the pool of spiritual awareness, but I found it easier to think of it as extending tendrils of perception. Careful, Azure warned as I pushed my awareness out too forcefully. You're trying too hard. Remember the sound analogy, gentle attention, not forceful searching. I pulled back, trying again with a lighter touch. This time I managed to extend my awareness about a meter in all directions without disrupting the delicate state of receptivity. It wasn't much, but it was a start. Better, Azure encouraged. Now try maintaining it while moving slightly. That turned out to be significantly harder. The slightest shift in position threatened to break my concentration, sending ripples through the field of awareness I'd created. It took nearly an hour of practice before I could reliably maintain the state while making small movements. This would be easier if I had something to actually try bonding with, I muttered after another failed attempt to extend my range. Practicing the method without a partner feels like practicing a dance with an invisible partner? Azure suggested. Exactly. I opened my eyes, rolling my shoulders to work out the stiffness. I can learn the steps, but without someone to respond to, it's all theoretical. True, but better to master the basics now than fumble them when it really matters. He had a point. I closed my eyes again, returning to that state of receptive awareness. This time I tried something different. Instead of extending my perception in all directions, I focused on a single point, imagining the vine was there. I remembered how it had felt when we were together. To my surprise, this worked better than my previous attempts. My awareness extended further, more stably, guided by the memory of that connection. Interesting, Azure mused. Your emotional connection to the vine seems to help focus the technique. Makes sense, I replied, carefully maintaining the state. The manual said bonds form best when there's already some kind of connection or understanding between the participants. I practiced like this for another hour, alternating between different approaches. Sometimes I focused on the memory of the vine, other times I tried to maintain a more general awareness. Both had their advantages. The focused approach was stronger but more limited, while the general awareness was weaker but more flexible. This story has been stolen from Royal Road. If you read it on Amazon, please report it. Your control is improving, Azure noted. Try adding some chi now. Just a little, enough to give the awareness some substance. This was tricky. Too much chi would overwhelm the delicate state of receptivity. Too little wouldn't provide enough structure to support a potential bond. I had to find exactly the right balance, like adding a single drop of water to a full cup without making it overflow. The first few attempts went about as well as you'd expect. My awareness field collapsed the moment I tried to channel chi into it, or the chi would flow too strongly and disrupt everything. But gradually, through careful trial and error, I began to get a feel for it. There, Azure said as I finally managed to maintain both the awareness and a steady thread of chi. That's what it should feel like. Now try moving again. I shifted slightly, keeping my attention split between the delicate balance of awareness and chi. To my surprise, it was actually easier than before. The chi provided a kind of structure that helped maintain the field even when I moved. The manual mentioned this. Azure reminded me. The energy doesn't just power the technique, it helps stabilize it. Like a framework supporting a bridge. I practiced this new configuration for another hour, gradually increasing the complexity of my movements while maintaining the field. By the end, I could stand up and walk slowly around my room without losing the state entirely, though any sudden movements still disrupted it. Enough for now? Azure suggested as the sun began to set. I nodded, carefully letting the field dissipate. My head was starting to ache from maintaining such precise control for so long. Yeah, I think I've got the basics down. The rest will probably depend on having an actual partner to work with. And whether the technique can adapt to the two suns' world's energy, Azure added. That was the real question. The Heart's Bridge method seemed flexible enough in theory, but would it actually work with a completely different type of energy? The manual had examples of bonds forming between cultivators of different elements, different cultivation realms, even between cultivators and spirit beasts with unusual energy types, but nothing quite like what we were planning to attempt. At least we know more than we did this morning, I said, standing up to stretch properly. The basic principles make sense, and I can maintain the necessary state of awareness. Now we just need to. I trailed off as something occurred to me. Need to what? Azure prompted. We need to figure out how to get back to the two suns world without going through a breakthrough, I said slowly. I'm pretty sure I can do it. The two suns are my link, and I can feel them calling to me, almost begging me to return to their world. But I've never actually tried it before. I sat back down, letting my breath fall into a natural rhythm. The past few hours practicing the Heart's Bridge method had drained me more than I'd expected. Soul techniques required a delicate touch, and maintaining that state of awareness had taken its toll. Take your time, Azure advised. There's no rush. He was right. If I was going to attempt something as complex as deliberately traveling between worlds, I needed to be at my best. I focused on my breathing, drawing in the chi-rich air of the sect. With each breath, I could feel my energy slowly replenishing. The sun had set completely by the time I felt ready, moonlight streaming through my window and casting soft shadows across the floor. Better? Azure asked as I opened my eyes. I nodded, rolling my shoulders to work out any lingering stiffness. Much better. Now for the hard part. I shifted position slightly, making sure I was comfortable. This might take a while, and I didn't want anything distracting me. Remember, Azure said, you've made this journey before. The connection is already there, you just need to find it. Taking a deep breath, I closed my eyes and turned my attention inward. By now, forming a spiritual body in my inner world was smoother, more natural. One moment I was sitting in my room, the next I was floating in that impossible space where physics held no sway. The Genesis seed towered before me, its roots spreading through the quadrants of my inner world. But it wasn't the seed that held my attention. It was the sun's. The red sun pulsed with familiar energy, calling to me like a beacon. It was the same energy that filled my fundamental rune. But the blue sun, its call was different, gentler somehow, yet no less insistent. Both of them, I murmured. They're connections. The bridge between worlds, Azure agreed. I reached out with my awareness, not fighting the pull but not surrendering to it either. The sun's orbits began to accelerate, their light intensifying until it filled my inner world. The Genesis seed seemed to respond, its branches swaying in a non-existent wind. The connection is growing stronger, Azure observed. But you're maintaining control. He was right. Unlike previous transitions where I'd been yanked between worlds, this felt deliberate, like following a well-marked path instead of being swept away by a current. The light grew brighter still, and I felt that familiar sensation of my soul preparing to leave my body. But this time I wasn't afraid. I understood what was happening now. I'll be back soon, I promised, though whether I was speaking to Azure my body, or this world itself. I wasn't sure. Then I let go. The void wasn't empty as I'd first thought. Streams of energy flowed through it like rivers of light, some familiar like chi, others completely alien. The sun's pull guided me through this cosmic maze, their energy wrapping around my soul like a protective cocoon. The streams of energy around me began to coalesce, taking on more definite shapes. I could feel myself being drawn toward a particular point, like a leaf caught in a gentle whirlpool. The sensation of movement increased, and suddenly I was accelerating, the void blurring around me. But there was no fear this time, no sense of being out of control. This was right. This was how it was supposed to be. Colors began to bleed back into my perception. First just hints, then whole spectrums I had no names for. The void thinned, reality starting to reassert itself around me. I could feel another body waiting, like a familiar garment ready to be worn. My consciousness reached out, settling into it with ease. The transition was smooth, almost natural, as if I'd been doing this my whole life. The last threads of void space fell away, and sensation rushed back in a flood, the weight of armor, the smell of wood smoke, the warmth of two suns on my skin. I twisted to the side, feeling the wind as an arrow passed by my cheek. The projectile thudded into the wooden post behind me, exactly where my head had been a moment before. Maya stared at me, her hand still extended where she'd meant to pull me to safety. Has fear addled your wits, too? Her words cut off abruptly as she registered my movement. How did you? I turned to face her with a smile on my face. I was back. Chapter 106. Try again. Maya, I said, meeting her startled gaze. I'm going to save everyone. She stared at me, confusion written across her face. The arrow that had nearly taken my head still quivered in the wooden post behind me. Tomas, what are you? Raiders. Henrik's shout cut through our conversation right on schedule. They're breaking through the east gate. Maya thrust the rusty sword toward me. That same damn sword I'd seen so many times before. Here, try not to stab yourself with it. I didn't take it this time. Instead, I gave her a quick nod and turned towards the forest. Get people to the south wall, I called over my shoulder. The 7th band will try to flank through there. How did you? Her voice faded as I sprinted away, this body's muscles protesting as I pushed them beyond their mortal limits. The village sounds faded behind me, shouts of alarm, the clash of weapons, the first screams as raiders breached the walls. I forced myself not to look back. I couldn't save them if I was dead, and I needed to reach the forest before she arrived. Last time, Viara had seemed almost reasonable, willing to spare the village because she saw potential in me. If I could just reach the meeting point, I should be able to convince her again. The trees grew closer with agonizing slowness. My legs felt like lead, each step a battle against exhaustion. But I couldn't stop, couldn't slow down. The timing had to be perfect. I burst through the final line of buildings, my heart hammering against my ribs. The forest's edge was tantalizingly close now, dark pines offering the promise of cover. Just a little further, she appeared exactly where I expected. Frost-covered robes rippling in a wind I couldn't feel. But something was wrong. Her burning eyes weren't filled with the curiosity I remembered. They blazed with something closer to religious fury. Just what are you? She demanded, her voice sharp as winter ice. I raised my hands slowly. My name is Tomas. I'm just a villager who... Silence. Frost patterns writhed across her robes like agitated serpents. Your essence. There is something wrong with it. My blood ran cold. The blue sun. I hadn't even considered that they might be able to sense its energy within me. After all, it had seemed so much gentler than its crimson counterpart, almost hidden beneath the red sun's overwhelming presence. Even the elders back at the sect couldn't sense the blue sun unless I channeled its power. The only one who could scare the blue sun into hiding was that presence at the way station. I can explain, I started, though I had no idea how I actually would. How do you explain to a religious zealot that you're carrying the essence of what they considered a heretical power source? I only recently started feeling the red sun's power, The crimson light burns within you, yes? She interrupted. But there's something else. Something. Her eyes widened slightly. Something tainted. The last word came out like an accusation. Ice began crystallizing in the air around us. Are you one of them? She demanded. One of those zealots who claim the blue sun's purity can cleanse our gift? What?
No.
Did you think you could infiltrate us? Pretend to be an initiate while secretly carrying that abomination's light. Wait! I raised my hands. You don't understand. I understand perfectly. Her voice was colder than the ice she wielded. You're a corruption. A mistake that needs to be corrected. I barely had time to think before the air exploded into razor-sharp ice. There was no time to dodge, no chance to defend. The last thing I felt was crystalline shards tearing through my chest, my heart freezing solid in mid-beat. Then darkness, void, and finally, I gasped awake in my quarters at the Azure Peak sect, my original body drenched in cold sweat. The familiar walls were a stark contrast to the winter hell I just experienced, but I could still feel phantom ice in my chest. That could have gone better, I managed after a few deep breaths. A significant understatement, Master, Azure replied dryly. Though we did learn something valuable. This content has been unlawfully taken from Royal Road. Report any instances of this story if found elsewhere. The blue sun. She could sense it somehow. But how? Even the Azure Peak sect's elders never noticed anything unusual about my cultivation. The Skybound seemed to have a particular sensitivity to solar energies, Azure replied. Perhaps their entire cultivation system being based on the red sun makes them more attuned to such things. I nodded, pushing myself into a sitting position. My muscles ached with pain, though this body hadn't actually experienced any of it. We need to hide the blue sun somehow. I closed my eyes, shifting my consciousness into my inner world. The Genesis seed towered before me, its branches swaying gently as the twin suns continued their eternal orbit. A harmony that would apparently get me killed in the other world. The blue sun's energy is more subtle, Azure observed. Perhaps we could use the Genesis seed's canopy to mask its presence like we did back at the way station? That was exactly what I had in mind. Let's hope it works, I muttered. I reached out with my will, mentally grasping the blue sun's orbit. The celestial body responded sluggishly at first, like trying to redirect a river with your bare hands. But gradually it began to shift. Slowly, carefully, I guided the blue sun beneath the Genesis seed's canopy. The massive tree's branches shifted, creating a natural shelter that would hopefully mask its presence from outside observation. The balance feels odd, Azure noted as we adjusted to the new configuration. The red sun's influence is more prominent now. Let's hope it's enough to stop me from being executed as a heretic again, I murmured. But we should rest first, recover some strength before trying again. My soul essence had taken a significant hit from the violent death. I spent the next few hours in meditation, carefully rebuilding my reserves. The Triessence Harmony technique helped, but it was still slow work. Status update. Soul Essence. 800/950. Recovering. Spiritual Essence. 850/850. Physical Essence. 900/900. Are you ready? Azure asked as I opened my eyes. Hopefully, I make it to the academy this time. Everything prepared, I reached for that familiar connection. The transition between worlds felt different this time. The red sun's pull was stronger without its blue counterpart visible. But the path was still clear, and soon I felt myself settling into that other body once more. I didn't wait for Maya to react to the arrow this time. As soon as I felt solid, I was moving, calling out over my shoulder, "I'll be back. I promise." I was already running, my muscles screaming in protest just like last time. But I knew the path now, knew exactly how far I needed to push this mortal form. The tree line grew closer with agonizing slowness as behind me, the sounds of battle began to erupt. She appeared exactly where I expected, but this time, her burning eyes held only the curiosity I remembered from my first successful encounter. "You're afraid," she said, just like the first successful loop. My heart leaped. It was working. The Genesis Seeds cover must be hiding the Blue Sun's presence. I gave her the same careful response as before. Who wouldn't be terrified of seeing a frost-robed figure floating in front of them? The conversation played out almost exactly as I remembered. Vyara mistook me for an escaped initiate at first. When I revealed I was just a villager who changed, her interest only grew. "This is perfect, actually," she said, just as before. "I've been lacking in contribution points and recruiting a natural awakening. Yes, this will do nicely." The rest played out as I remembered my fight against the Sun-Touched, Vyara's devastating display of power, the harvest of essence from the fallen Sun-Touched, the villagers' mixed terror and gratitude. Maya's confusion at my departure stung just as much the second time, but I forced myself to focus on what mattered: survival. The journey to the academy felt longer this time, probably because I was worried about maintaining the Genesis Seed's concealment. Every time Vyara looked at me, I feared she'd suddenly sense what we were hiding. But she didn't. The Blue Sun remained safely hidden in the Genesis Seed's shade, while its red counterpart provided just enough power to make me seem like a promising initiate. The floating citadel was just as impressive on second viewing. Impossible spires of ice and crystal suspended in the crimson-tinted sky. The temporary flight rune burned just as cold against my chest as Vyara traced it, but learning to control was much smoother. "The elders will want to see you immediately," she said as we approached the main citadel. "Natural awakenings are rare enough to warrant their personal attention." I nodded, trying to project calm confidence while my mind raced. The elders were supposedly rank 7 skybound. Would the Genesis Seed's canopy be enough to hide the Blue Sun's essence from beings of that level? We passed through crystalline corridors that seemed to shift and flow, ice formations rearranging themselves as we walked. Finally, we reached a set of doors that towered 3 stories high, carved from what looked like a single piece of ancient ice. Intricate runic patterns covered every inch of their surface, each one blazing with internal fire. "The council chamber," Vyara announced, her voice holding a mix of reverence and fear. "The elders are waiting inside." She glanced at me, something almost like concern crossing her perfect features. Whether that concern was for me or her contribution points, I couldn't tell, but I would bet my life on it being the latter. "Try not to die too quickly in there. You're far too interesting for that." As the massive doors began to swing open, I took a deep breath, feeling the Genesis Seed's power thrumming through my inner world. The red sun blazed proudly in its orbit while its blue counterpart remained hidden, its energy diffused through layers of spiritual foliage. I could only hope it would be enough, because if these transcendent beings saw through my deception, I had a feeling Vyara's earlier execution would seem merciful by comparison. I likely wouldn't even have enough time to self-destruct before they got a hold of me. The doors finished their arc, revealing a chamber that defied mortal architecture. The ceiling, if there was one, was lost in a swirling vortex of crimson energy that could have been 10 feet or 10 miles overhead. The walls were sheets of pristine ice that somehow burned with internal flame, casting the room in bloody light. And there, arranged in a perfect circle, waited 7 figures, their burning eyes fixed on me with the weight of mountains, and I felt the pressure of their combined spiritual power press against my soul like a physical force. It was time to find out if I could fool gods. Chapter 107, Golden Fruit. "Step forward, child," the first elder commanded, his voice still carrying those impossible harmonics that made it sound like several people speaking in perfect synchronization. I approached the center of the chamber, keeping my movements steady and controlled. The Genesis Seed pulsed reassuringly in my inner world, its massive canopy still sheltering the Blue Sun from view. The red sun, meanwhile, blazed proudly in its orbit, as though ready to put on a show. "Vyara tells us you can channel the red sun's power without runic stabilization," the lightning elder said. "Show us." Just like last time, I reached for the red sun. The familiar red lines traced themselves across my skin. It was a crude display compared to using runes, but that was exactly what they expected from a natural. "Interesting," the female elder murmured. The resonance is crude, but stable. How long have you had this ability? A few weeks, I replied, sticking to the truth that I remembered had worked before. Impossible. The Flame Elder scoffed right on cue, his runes burning with intense fire. Without stabilization, he should have transformed or died within hours. Unless, the Wind Elder countered. He's a natural. The conversation flowed exactly as it had before. They debated my status, argued about the headmaster's absence, and eventually turned to the question of who would claim me as their disciple. I will take him, the Flame Elder declared. Fire resonance is clearly dominant in his core. Nonsense, the Lightning Elder countered. Look at his control. He needs precision training. Lightning resonance would suit him better. As they continued to argue, I studied Elder Malric more carefully than I had before. The trace of wood energy I'd sensed in him last time was still there, barely noticeable beneath the crimson power. But now I noticed something else. Tiny fluctuations in his energy signature that suggested he was conducting some kind of experiment even during the meeting. The choice should be his, the Ice Elder said finally, bringing the argument to its predetermined conclusion. All eyes turned to me. Well, child? Who would you have as your master? I didn't hesitate this time. If you would have me, I said, bowing to Elder Malric, I would learn from you, Venerable One. The chamber went silent once again. Elder Malric's eyebrows rose slightly, the same expression of mild surprise I remembered. Interesting choice, he murmured. Why? I feel a connection to your energy, Venerable One, as if it resonates with something in me. The words came easier this time, probably because I knew they were true. He studied me for a long moment. Very well. I accept. A waste, the Flame Elder muttered, but didn't openly object. Then it is decided, the Ice Elder declared. He will study under Elder Malric. See that proper documents are filed. As we left the chamber, Viara gave me that same approving nod. A logical choice, she murmured. I was wondering if you'd be tempted by the more flashy elements. Many initiates forget that true power comes from mastering what you already know, not chasing after every new technique. I let her words wash over me, having heard them before. When she delivered her characteristic farewell about hoping I wouldn't die too quickly, I simply bowed and watched her glide away down the crystalline corridor. It felt strange knowing that the next time I saw her, she would be impaled by light spears. The administrative tasks that followed were just as tedious the second time around. The quartermaster still gave me those silver bands inscribed with crimson markings, still warned me to wear them at all times. I nodded along even though I knew the Genesis Seed's filtering ability meant that the silver bands were not necessary. When she placed the stack of books on the counter, I didn't feel the same panic as before. These are your initial study materials. Elder Malric expects you to be familiar with the basics of resonance theory before your first lesson tomorrow. Thank you, I replied calmly, already knowing I wouldn't need to spend the night studying. The knowledge was still fresh in my mind from the previous loop, and even if it wasn't, I had Azure to remind me. When the evening meditation bell tolled, I joined the neat lines forming along the walls. The platforms are arranged in tiers based on cultivation level and resonance strength. The same senior as last time explained. The higher the platform, the more concentrated the red sun's energy becomes. Attempting to meditate above your level can be fatal. If you stumble upon this narrative on Amazon, it's taken without the author's consent. Report it. Thank you, senior sister. I'll be careful. This time, when we reached the meditation hall with its thousands of floating crystalline platforms, I made a different choice. Instead of showing off by climbing to the highest level, I found a modest platform in the middle section. It still resonated with my energy, but wouldn't draw nearly as much attention. The senior sister seemed slightly disappointed by my choice, probably expecting an impressive display from the mysterious natural. A wise choice, Azure commented as I settled into meditation position. Less impressive, perhaps, but also less likely to paint a target on your back. I would rather Zoran not be stalking me like some hound this time around. The platform's energy began flowing into me, gentler than the torrent I'd experienced at the higher level last time. The red sun in my inner world started its familiar process of absorbing power. Let's see if it learned anything from last time, I thought to Azure as the miniature sun began to swagger around. Sure enough, despite its previous humbling in the last loop, the red sun core still turned its attention to the Genesis seed once it had absorbed enough energy. It pulsed with that same aggressive challenge, apparently no wiser for its past experience. The Genesis seed's response was just as dismissive as before. When the sun launched its spiritual tantrum, the seed simply swallowed it, performed that same exaggerated chewing motion, and spat it back out. The deflated sun retreated to its corner just like last time. Clearly, the red sun would never learn its lesson. Hours passed in peaceful meditation. Without the spectacle I'd made last time, no one paid any attention to me. Kieran, who had tried to talk to me in the previous loop, walked right past without a second glance. When the bell finally rang to end the session, I was just another initiate among many. The walk back to my quarters was much more pleasant without the weight of unread books hanging over me. The thin mattress still wasn't particularly comfortable, but after the day's events, I was ready for some proper rest. Master, take a look at your inner world. The Genesis seed seems different somehow. Curious, I closed my eyes and directed my attention inward. The massive tree stood as majestically as ever, its canopy still carefully concealing the blue sun while its red counterpart traced its usual orbit. But Azure was right, something had changed. There, he pointed out, among the highest branches. I focused where he indicated, and my breath caught. Nestled in the crown of the Genesis seed was a single fruit unlike anything I'd seen before. It was perfectly spherical, about the size of my fist, and seemed to be made of living gold. That's definitely new, I managed, mesmerized by how it slowly rotated in place. The fruit pulsed with an energy that made my spiritual sense tingle. It wasn't chi, nor was it anything like the red or blue sun's power. Felt older somehow, more primal. Master, it could be that the repeated world-walking caused the fruit to form. The Genesis seed has now experienced multiple transitions between realms in rapid succession. Perhaps this is its response to that stress or opportunity. I tried to focus on Azure's words, but the fruit's pull was getting stronger. Felt like it was calling to me, promising something, knowledge, power, or maybe just a way out. Another possibility, Azure pressed on, apparently sensing my distraction, is that it's successfully combined energies from both suns into something new. We've seen it repeatedly process the red sun's power while sheltering the blue sun. This could be the result of that experimentation. But you don't sound convinced, I noted, forcing myself to pay attention to him rather than the hypnotic rotation of the golden fruit. No, Azure admitted, because neither theory explains the energy it's emanating. This is something different, something that doesn't belong to either world we visited. He was right. The more I studied it, the more alien the fruit's energy felt. It reminded me of the sensation just before world walking, that moment of being between realities. What if this isn't about combining energies or responding to stress? Azure said quietly. What if the Genesis seed is trying to show us another path? Another world? The pull from the fruit intensified at his words, as if confirming his suspicion. I could almost feel it beckoning me toward somewhere else, somewhere beyond both the sect and the academy. Should we try to do something with it? Chapter 108. A new victim. The fruit appears to be a nexus point, Azure said. If you interact with it, there's a high probability it will propel us to another world entirely. I stared at the slowly rotating golden sphere for a long moment, feeling its gentle pull. The promise of new worlds, new possibilities. It was tempting, very tempting, but I shook my head firmly. We're here for the vine. We can't afford to get distracted. A wise choice, Master, Azure agreed. The fruit isn't going anywhere. We have time to investigate its properties and potential destinations later. I lay back on the thin mattress, My mind wandered to the problem of acquiring the vine. I couldn't simply ask Elder Malric for it directly. That would raise too many questions. Even in a place as strange as this, randomly asking about a specific magical plant I had no business knowing about would make people suspicious. We need to build rapport first, I mused. Get him to trust us enough to share his more experimental research. Indeed, though given his enthusiasm for unorthodox theories, that may not take as long as it did last time. I smiled, remembering the elder's passionate rant about combining the two suns' power. True. Still, better to be careful. The elder already had one student who tried to steal his research. I wouldn't want him to misunderstand my intentions. That would probably end very badly. When morning arrived, I made my way to Elder Malric's laboratory. This time I didn't need to rely on the map the quartermaster provided me. As expected, I found the elder hunched over another iteration of his self-inscribing plant experiment. This time, I carefully positioned myself behind a particularly sturdy workbench before announcing my presence. Good timing, he called without looking up. This is attempt number 47 at teaching plants to inscribe their own runes. Watch carefully. I did watch, though from my strategically chosen position. The plant's surface began rippling just as it had in my previous loop, crude runic shapes emerging like frost patterns on a window. The silvery lines spread beautifully across its surface, right up until it exploded in a shower of crystalline shards, exactly as I remembered. Progress, Elder Malric declared cheerfully, brushing fragments from his robes. That was almost 3 seconds longer than attempt 46. While he cleaned up the remains of his latest failed experiment, I casually scanned the laboratory. The vine wasn't immediately visible anywhere. Either it was hidden away somewhere secure, or he kept it on his person. Given how valuable it must be, probably the latter. Now then, he said, turning to face me properly. Let's see how much you've learned from those books. What are the 3 fundamental principles of resonance? I gave him the same answers as before, watching his eyebrows rise slightly as I correctly answered increasingly complex questions. It felt a bit like cheating, but then again I had technically learned all this information just in a previous loop. Right on schedule. His expression shifted and he launched into his passionate rant about the foolishness of focusing solely on the red sun's power. I listened attentively, nodding at appropriate moments as he expounded on his theories about combining both celestial energies. When he finally remembered why I was there and asked to see my ability to channel the red sun's energy, I complied just as I had before. The red lines traced themselves across my skin as my physical essence increased by 100 points. The plant manipulation demonstration went exactly as expected. The vine, not my vine, transformed into an affectionate, cat-like creature that nuzzled against my hand, while Elder Malric filled pages of his notebook with observations. His fascination with my natural abilities was just as intense as last time. Now, he said finally, let's discuss your fundamental rune. Before he could launch into his full explanation, I spoke up. Actually, Master, I've done extensive reading on the subject. I tried to sound eager but not suspiciously knowledgeable. I'm quite certain about the design I'd like to use. If you're willing to hear my thoughts? His eyebrows rose again, but he gestured for me to continue. I described the same design that had worked in my previous loop, the celestial spiral forming the trunk, with branches extending at mathematically precise points, each terminating in carefully positioned leaf motifs. An ambitious choice, he said. Most initiates opt for simpler patterns, though your reasoning about using nature's preferred growth pattern is intriguing. He moved to the cabinet, gathering the same materials as before: the resonance stylus, the blank canvas lilies, and the special ink. As he explained their purposes, I noticed he used almost exactly the same words, right down to the jokes about melting body parts that probably weren't actually jokes. When he handed me the stylus, I took a deep breath. This was where things would deviate from the previous loop. Instead of spending hours practicing, I was going to create the perfect pattern on my first try. After all, back in the Elder's day, either they got it right on their first try or they exploded, so I didn't think it would bring any suspicion on me. I channeled my energy into the stylus, letting the crimson ink flow. The pattern emerged exactly as I remembered it. The precise spiral of the trunk, the harmonious branches, the perfectly positioned leaf motifs. Elder Malric's eyes widened as he watched. When I finished, he leaned in close to study the pattern, muttering under his breath. "Remarkable," he murmured, circling the perfect design. "You would have survived in my day, when we didn't waste time with all these practice materials." His lips curled into a slight sneer. These modern initiates, burning through dozens of lilies just to achieve mediocrity. Pathetic. I felt heat rise to my cheeks, remembering the mountain of ruined lilies from my previous loop. 24 attempts to get it right, each one a testament to my mediocrity. Of course, he didn't need to know about those failures. They technically never happened. He handed me the crystal blade, and I let my blood mix with the special ink just as before. The pattern flowed onto the meridian lotus just as perfectly as it had in practice, and when I pressed it to my chest, the familiar sensation of roots spreading through my being told me it had worked. "Excellent work," Elder Malric said, though he was already becoming distracted by some other experiment. "I'll see you tomorrow for your first real lesson." "Actually, Master," I said carefully, "I believe my body will need several days to properly adapt to the fundamental rune before we can begin training." He blinked, then smiled. "Ah, you really did read thoroughly." "Yes, most initiates require about a week for their bodies to fully integrate with their first rune." He dismissed me with a wave as he turned back to his work. As I walked back to my room, I thought about something I wasn't able to complete during the last iteration, which was forming runes through the manipulation of the Red Sun's energy. That was definitely something I'd like to do during this run. "Master, you're finally awake." 3 days again?" I asked, sitting up in my bed, despite already knowing the answer. "Yes, the modification process seems to follow the same pattern regardless of the loop. This mortal body required exactly the same amount of time to adapt to the Red Sun's energy." I nodded, pulling off my shirt to examine the changes. The lean muscles were exactly as I remembered, not quite matching a third-stage chi condensation cultivator, but impressively close for what was essentially a miller's son. "Master," Azure displayed the information in my mind. "Status update: current body. Name: Tomas the Miller's son. Soul essence: 950/950 units. Spiritual essence: 0/800 units. Physical essence: 300/900 units. Skybound: rank 1.
Fundamental rune.
Type: wood-based Fibonacci spiral tree pattern. Core: Red Sun resonance. Location: heart position. Red Sun energy: 300 units. The numbers matched exactly with my previous loop. It was reassuring to know that at least this part of the process was reliable. Consistency meant predictability, and predictability meant I could plan accordingly. This tale has been unlawfully lifted without the author's consent. Report any appearances on Amazon. "We should head to Elder Malric's laboratory," I said, getting dressed. "He should be on experiment 150 by now." When I reached the laboratory door, the elder's voice called out before I could knock, just as before. "Come in." The elder was once again stood bent over his workbench, focused intently on another experimental plant. "Watch carefully," he said without looking up. "This is attempt number 150 at teaching plants to generate their own stabilizing runes." I positioned myself at what I judged to be a safe distance, remembering how the previous version had ended. The plant was already responding to his manipulations, its surface rippling as runic patterns began to form. For a moment it looked perfect. The runes stabilized, taking on that familiar silver sheen. The plant even seemed to be thriving, its leaves becoming more vibrant. Then, exactly as I remembered, it simply stopped living. The crystalline patterns remained, but the organic parts withered and died in seconds. "Yes," Elder Malric exclaimed, immediately starting to take notes. "Did you see? The runes maintained stability for nearly 30 seconds after manifestation. And the plant didn't explode this time." I couldn't help but smile at his enthusiasm. Failure never diminished the elder's joy. He only considered it as progress. It was oddly endearing. "Very impressive, master," I said, bowing slightly. The patterns looked much more natural this time. "Exactly," he beamed, scribbling frantically in his notebook. I listened attentively as he launched into an explanation about biomechanical resonance and organic runic matrices. Even though I'd heard it all before, his passion for the subject was infectious. It was easy to see why he'd been drawn to my natural approach to the fundamental rune. "Now then," he clapped his hands together suddenly, making me jump despite expecting it. "Shall we begin your training?" He moved to the familiar workbench, pulling out several scrolls as he spoke. Rank 1 skybound practitioners can do more than simply channel the Red Sun's power through their fundamental rune. The rune increases your capacity and strengthens the body, yes, but that's just the beginning. When he finally pulled out the thick leather-bound tome, the complete guide to rank 1 runic inscriptions, I was ready. "I've been studying the basic patterns," I said carefully, trying to sound eager but not suspiciously knowledgeable. "The Titan's Crest, Blink Step, and Aegis Mark seem particularly well-suited to my current level. While I did plan to add some other physical runes at some point, the 3 I was already familiar with seemed like a good starter kit." Elder Malric's eyebrows shot up. "Oh? Most initiates take days just to decide on their first enhancement rune. You've already selected 3. I gestured to the book. A copy was included in the hundreds of books the quartermaster had said the elder wanted me to study. "Your guide is very thorough, master. The theoretical foundations are clearly explained, and the progression of complexity makes sense. These 3 runes seem to provide a solid foundation for further development." His expression shifted from surprise to delight. Finally, a disciple who actually reads and thinks. He pulled the book closer, flipping it open to the relevant pages. "You're absolutely right, of course. These 3 form an excellent basic combat set: strength, mobility, and defense. Though most initiates need days of practice before attempting even one of them. If you'll allow me," I said, reaching for the resonance stylus, "I'd like to try inscribing the Titan's Crest." He handed me the tool, watching with intense interest as I began tracing the familiar pattern. The interlocking triangles formed smoothly under my hand, each line flowing perfectly into the next. Within minutes, I held up a perfect rendition of the Titan's Crest. Elder Malric's eyes widened as he examined it. "Remarkable. The energy distribution is perfectly balanced, each line exactly the same length and depth." He looked up at me with an expression of growing excitement. "You truly are a natural." Before I could respond, he was already grabbing more materials. "Try the Blink Step next. Let's see if you can maintain this level of precision with a more complex pattern." I complied, carefully recreating the pattern of overlapping crescents and directional arrows. Elder Malric's excitement grew with each perfect pattern I produced. By the time I completed the Aegis Mark, its interlocking hexagons forming a flawless defensive array, he was practically bouncing with enthusiasm. "Extraordinary," he declared. "In all my years of teaching, I've never seen such natural talent for runic inscription, even in my day when we had real standards." He paused, his expression turning thoughtful. "You know, this reminds me of some theories I've been working on." I tensed slightly, wondering if I'd overdone it. But instead of growing suspicious, the elder launched into a passionate explanation about how my natural abilities might relate to his research on combining the powers of both suns. "You see," he said, pointing to the ceiling, "most practitioners force the Red Sun's energy to conform to rigid artificial patterns, but you seem to instinctively understand how to work with natural flows. Perhaps this is why you can channel the power without traditional runic stabilization. And if we could apply this principle to both solar energies." I noticed the differences from his similar speech in my previous loop. His theories had evolved slightly, whilst the underlying passion remained the same. His ideas seemed more refined, more focused. Finally, he remembered why we were here. "Ah, yes, the runes. Let's get them properly inscribed. Where would you prefer to place them?" "The same positions as in the guide," I replied. Back of the left hand for the Titan's crest, left thigh for the blink step, and back for the Aegis mark. He nodded approvingly. Traditional placements, tried and tested. Though given your apparent talent, we might experiment with more innovative positions later. The actual inscription process went smoothly. The crystal knife sliced clean lines, and the red sun's energy flowed perfectly through each pattern. When the final rune settled into place, I felt the familiar surge of power as my capabilities expanded. Perfect, Elder Malric declared, examining his work. Now comes the fun part. He was already heading for the door, that familiar mischievous glint in his eye. I followed, knowing exactly where we were going but curious about how this version of events would play out. Without Zoran actively hunting me, Kieran wouldn't be in the hallway nearby. Sure enough, when we stepped into the hallway, there was no sign of the reluctant noble. Elder Malric didn't seem concerned. He simply raised his hand, and suddenly the air itself seemed to twist. A young disciple who had been walking past suddenly found himself pulled toward us as if caught in an invisible current. His eyes widened in recognition and fear as he realized who had summoned him. Ah, perfect, Elder Malric said cheerfully. You'll do nicely for today's lesson. The disciple, a thin boy with short black hair and nervous eyes, looked like he wanted to object but didn't quite dare. Smart of him, really. Refusing an elder's request was generally considered hazardous to one's health. Time for some proper combat training, Elder Malric declared, already heading down the hallway toward the crucible. We hurried after him, the other disciple shooting me worried glances. The crystalline structure of the crucible was just as impressive as before, its spires reaching toward the red sun while waves of energy formed intricate patterns across their surfaces. This time, when we entered, the training room was empty. There was no need for Elder Malric to kick anyone out and create more training partners for me. The walls are reinforced with defensive formations, Elder Malric explained as we entered, and there are healing runes built into the floor in case of accidents. The way he said accidents made the other disciple pale slightly. I couldn't blame him. Elder Malric's reputation for explosive experiments was well known throughout the academy. Take your positions, the elder commanded, his eyes gleaming with that familiar enthusiasm that usually preceded something dangerous. We moved to opposite sides of the room as the defensive formations activated around us, creating a containment field. The other disciple took up a defensive stance, his own enhancement runes beginning to pulse with crimson light. Elder Malric raised his hand, and I could have sworn his smile grew even wider. Begin! Chapter 109, Battling Bane. The initiate's eyes flashed blood red as he shot forward, his foot leaving a spiderweb of cracks in the ground. The way he moved, the tension in his muscles, the look of barely controlled fear in his eyes, everything about him screamed that he was fighting for his life. Just like last time, the Skybound didn't know the difference between a spar and a deathmatch. I waited until the last possible moment, when his fist was less than an inch from my face. I could feel the displacement of air, see the red energy crackling around his knuckles. That's when I activated Blink Step. The world blurred briefly as I vanished, reappearing instantly at his side. His punch continued through the air, slamming into the wall behind where I'd been standing. The defensive formations flared to life as they absorbed and dispersed the impact. Even through the magical barrier, I could feel the raw power behind his strike. Not giving him time to recover, I channeled energy into the Titan's crest on my left hand. The interlocking triangles burned with power as I struck at his exposed left side. The hit landed clean, and I felt the satisfying impact of enhanced strength meeting flesh and bone. The force sent him tumbling across the floor, though he managed to turn it into a somewhat controlled roll before coming to a stop. Master, Azure observed as our opponent climbed back to his feet. His control over runic energy suggests mid-rank 1 Skybound capabilities. I gave a slight nod, keeping my eyes on the disciple. If he has a trump card, his power probably reaches late rank 1. I glanced briefly at Elder Malric, who was watching with that unsettling gleam in his eyes. which is when I can turn to the elder and ask for some plant assistance. He should give me the vine. Before I could finish the thought, the initiate vanished. My eyes narrowed. So he had the blink step rune too, or something similar. The displacement of air was subtly different though, suggesting a variation in the left. Azure's warning came just in time. I didn't hesitate, spinning into a back kick that met his incoming punch halfway. The impact sent vibrations up my leg. He'd enhanced the strike with some kind of strength rune. We separated, him sliding back several steps but otherwise unharmed. He disappeared again, but this time Azure's warning came from an unexpected direction. Above! I activated Blink Step instantly, vanishing just as his heel crashed into the spot where I'd been standing. The floor actually cratered under the impact, defensive formations lighting up like a festival lantern as they struggled to contain the force. A frown crossed my face as I assessed the situation. My fundamental rune hadn't absorbed. My pathetically low energy reserves couldn't compare to a proper mid to late rank skybound. The initiate wasn't giving me time to strategize. He charged in again, this time activating what looked like some kind of acceleration rune on his legs. I barely managed to dodge the first few strikes of his combination. His fists blurred as he pressed the advantage, forcing me to constantly give ground. When I tried to counter with my own enhanced punch, he simply flowed around it like water. Impact rune, Azure noted as another of the initiate strikes cratered the wall beside my head. Common among rank 1 practitioners. Converts momentum into explosive force on contact. That explained the enhanced damage. I'd need to be more careful. A direct hit from that could do serious harm to this mortal body. He came at me again, this time activating what looked like some kind of sensory enhancement rune around his eyes. The pattern helped track high-speed movement, if I remembered the manual correctly. Not good, it would make Blink Step less effective. I activated the Aegis mark on my back, the hexagonal shield pattern burning to life just in time to absorb a particularly vicious combination. The barrier held, but I felt my energy reserves dip dangerously. These exchanges were costing me too much power. Your left leg is open, Azure warned as the initiate's kick slipped past my guard. I managed to partially deflect it with my forearm, but the impact still sent me stumbling. Before I could recover, he was already closing in, another rune activating on his right arm. This one I didn't recognize. The pattern looked like interlinked chains that wrapped around his entire forearm. Chain impact rune, Azure supplied quickly. Compounds the force of consecutive strikes. Wonderful. Just what I needed, an opponent who could hit even harder. The fight escalated as the initiate pressed his advantage. He blink-stepped behind me, and I barely managed to turn in time to see his chain-enhanced fist heading for my face. I tried to dodge, jerking my head to the side, but he'd predicted the movement. The way his eyes tracked me suggested his sensory enhancement rune was letting him read my micro-expressions. His knuckles grazed my cheek. The impact rune converted the simple strike into an explosion of kinetic force that snapped my head to the side. This book was originally published on Royal Road. Check it out there for the real experience. I tasted blood and my vision blurred momentarily from the impact as I stumbled back. Focus, Master, Azure cautioned as I regained my footing, my boots scraping against the floor as I forced myself steady. I spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground, watching it sizzle against the defensive formations. Just getting warmed up. The skybound disappeared again, but this time I was ready. As he blink-stepped to my left, I activated my own blink-step, appearing above him. The Titan's crest flared as I drove my heel down toward his shoulder. He managed to get his forearm up in time, partially blocking the strike. The impact created a visible shockwave that rippled through the air. Even blocked, the enhanced strike had enough force to send him skidding across the floor, his boots leaving deep grooves in the surface as he tried to maintain his balance. My victory was short-lived. Before I could land, he'd already recovered and blink-stepped directly beneath me. His chain-enhanced uppercut caught me square in the ribs. Even with the Aegis mark absorbing most of the impact, I felt something crack. The force sent me flying toward the ceiling. Gritting my teeth through the pain, I twisted in midair and kicked off the surface, the defensive formations rippling like disturbed water where my foot connected. The borrowed force launched me back down like an arrow, my body cutting through the air. The initiate's eyes widened, clearly not expecting me to recover so quickly. My Titan's crest-enhanced punch caught him in the jaw, sending him sprawling. We both regained our feet at the same time, breathing heavily. Blood trickled from a split in his lip, while my ribs screamed in protest with every breath. The Aegis mark flickered worryingly as it tried to maintain its protective field, my energy reserves dropping dangerously low. It looked like I wouldn't be able to rely on my fundamental rune for much longer. The Disciple's chain rune began pulsing again as he prepared another assault. The linked patterns now covered his entire arm, suggesting he was about to unleash something even more powerful. "Show Tomas why they call you Bane," Elder Malric suddenly shouted, his voice full of too much enthusiasm. My eyes widened. Bane? That didn't sound promising at all. "Master," Azure commented thoughtfully, "the Elder seems to know the initiates he selects as your opponents. These matchups may not be as random as they appear." Before I could process that concerning observation, Bane did something that made me think this world might actually be more dramatic than the cultivation realm. He ripped off his robe and threw it to the ground with a smirk. "That seems a bit extreme," I muttered, but then I saw why he'd done it. There was an enormous rune carved into his chest, far more complex than any of the basic enhancement patterns we'd been using. Elder Malric's smile widened. "Ah yes, the Rune of Arcos. What does it do?" I wondered, studying the intricate pattern. The design was unlike anything in the manual, all sharp angles and jagged lines that hurt to look at directly. "We'll find out soon enough," Azure replied grimly. As if on cue, Bane screamed. The sound was pure agony, but he made no move to stop as the rune on his chest began to pulse with bloody light. His muscles bulged grotesquely, bones cracking and reforming as his entire body transformed. In seconds, he had nearly doubled in size, becoming a hulking figure of rippling muscle and protruding veins. I had plenty of opportunities to attack during the transformation. It wasn't quick or subtle, but this was perfect. If I played this right, I could get exactly what I needed from the Elder. I made a show of looking around the empty room, as though searching for something. "Boy, you should always come prepared." The Elder laughed as he pulled a vine from his robes and tossed it to me. I caught it with a smile, immediately recognizing my old friend from the previous timeline. The vine curled around my arm with that same affectionate motion I remembered. I settled into a ready stance, grateful that at least one part of my plan had worked out. Now I just had to survive whatever came next. "Let's show Bane what we can do," I whispered to it, feeling it tighten slightly in response. The transformed initiate towered over me now, his muscles literally glowing with crimson energy as the Rune of Arcos pulsed like a second heart. The transformation had changed more than just his size. His eyes now burned like miniature red suns, and his skin had taken on a metallic sheen that probably meant enhanced durability. Bane took one earth-shaking step forward. The ground cracked beneath his feet, and his voice had dropped to an inhuman growl. "This," I muttered to Azure, "might have been what Elder Malric meant by accidents. His energy signature has completely changed. The transformation seems to have temporarily elevated him to late rank 1. Azure replied. Elder Malric's delighted cackling echoed through the chamber as he settled in to watch the show. "Ready," I whispered to the vine. The vine's response was to weave itself into a familiar combat formation, its tip hovering like a serpent ready to strike. The real fight was about to begin.
Chapter 110, Me và Vine vs Bane.
Bane charged forward with enough force to leave craters with each footstep. The defensive formations flickered desperately as they tried to contain the raw power he was emanating. His transformed body moved with impossible speed for something so massive, closing the distance between us in an instant. I dove to the side as his fist crashed into the space where I'd been standing. The impact created a spiderweb of cracks in the floor despite the protective enchantments. A quick glance confirmed my suspicion. The cracks were spreading outward in a pattern that matched the jagged lines of the Arcos rune. Whatever that transformation was, It wasn't just enhancing his physical abilities. Any insights? I muttered to Azure as I rolled back to my feet. The rune appears to be rapidly consuming his energy to fuel the transformation, Azure replied. Extremely powerful but time-limited. That was something at least. I just had to survive long enough for the transformation to wear off. Though judging by the waves of crimson energy still pouring off him, that could take a while. The vine wrapped protectively around my forearm as Bane turned to face us. His metallic skin gleamed under the training room's lights, and those burning eyes fixed on me with predatory focus. He vanished. The displacement of air was my only warning. I threw myself backward just as his massive fist materialized where my head had been. The wind pressure alone from the mist punch was enough to make my eyes water. But I wasn't just dodging. As I leaped away, I directed the vine to strike at his exposed flank. It shot forward like a spear, its tip hardened into a piercing point. The vine bounced off his metallic skin with a sound like steel on steel. "Well, that's unfortunate," I muttered, already moving as Bane's counterattack came. His backhand would have taken my head off if I hadn't ducked. As it was, I felt the wind of its passage ruffle my hair. The vine wrapped around my waist and yanked me further back just as his follow-up kick cut through the air where I'd been crouching. I needed a new strategy. The vine's usual piercing attacks weren't going to work against whatever that skin enhancement was. Time to get creative. Try binding his limbs instead. I whispered to it as I circled warily. Look for weak points in the joints. The vine unwrapped from my arm and began to flow through the air in a mesmerizing pattern. Bane's burning eyes tracked its movement, but he seemed more annoyed than concerned. Given that he'd just shrugged off its best attack, I couldn't really blame him. He charged again, but this time I stood my ground. Just before he reached me, the vine shot forward and wrapped around his leading ankle. It wouldn't hold him for long, but it didn't need to. That fraction of a second of interference was enough to throw off his balance. I sidestepped his stumbling charge and launched a quick combination at his kidney area. My strikes bounced off his enhanced skin, but I felt him flinch slightly. Not completely invulnerable then, just heavily armored. Unfortunately, my momentary success gave him the opening he needed. His elbow caught me in the chest before I could retreat, sending me flying across the room. Even with the Aegis mark absorbing most of the impact, the blow knocked the wind out of me. I managed to turn the flight into a controlled landing, my boots skidding across the floor as the vine helped stabilize me. My ribs screamed in protest, and I could taste blood again. One or two more hits like that and this body would give out completely. "The transformation isn't finished," Azure observed as I caught my breath. "Look at how the rune's energy is spreading." He was right. The jagged lines of the Arcos rune were slowly extending outward from Bane's chest, creating a network of crimson channels across his metallic skin. Whatever this technique was, it was still evolving. I didn't have time to analyze it further. Bane vanished again, but this time I was ready. As he blink-stepped behind me, I was already moving. The vine shot out, wrapping around a support pillar, and yanked me out of the way just as his enhanced fist pulverized the space I'd occupied. "Too slow," I taunted, hoping to make him angry enough to get sloppy. It worked a little too well. Bane roared an inhuman sound that made the very air vibrate, and launched into a berserk assault. His massive fists became a blur as he unleashed a barrage of strikes, each one capable of shattering stone. I weaved through the onslaught, letting the vine guide my movement. It pulled me this way and that, helping me stay just ahead of the devastating attacks. When I couldn't dodge completely, the Aegis mark flared to life as it tried to hold off against the tremendous force. But I couldn't keep this up forever. My energy reserves were dropping dangerously low, and even with the vine's help, I was taking damage from what the Aegis mark couldn't contain. The sheer concussive force of his attacks was beginning to wear me down. Time to change tactics. "Master," Azure cautioned as I directed the vine to release its grip on the pillar. "Your energy levels are critically low. The next few enhancement techniques will completely drain your reserves. Then we'd better make them count." I let myself fall directly toward Bane's next punch. His burning eyes widened slightly in surprise as I seemingly threw myself into his attack. At the last possible moment, I activated Blink Step, vanishing just before impact. I reappeared above him, the Titan's crest burning with the last of my energy as I drove my heel toward the crown of his head. It was the one spot not covered by that metallic sheen. Bane's hand shot up with impossible speed, catching my ankle before the kick could land. Those burning eyes met mine, and I saw triumph behind the madness as his grip tightened painfully. Then the vine, which had been quietly positioning itself during our exchange, struck. It wrapped around his throat multiple times, its tendrils seeking out the gaps in his armored skin. At the same time, I triggered the last dregs of power in the Titan's crest, using the enhanced strength to wrench my captured leg sideways. The combined force was enough to throw Bane off balance. He let go of my ankle as he staggered back. His focus split between keeping his footing and dealing with the vine that was tightening around his throat. I landed in a crouch as my entire body screamed in protest. With my energy reserves completely depleted, the Aegis Mark's protection had failed. Every impact and near miss I'd taken was making itself felt. But I couldn't stop now. The vine was doing its job, constricting tighter and tighter around Bane's throat. His metallic skin stopped it from crushing his windpipe entirely, but the pressure was clearly having an effect. His movements were becoming less coordinated as he clawed at what was now a noose around its neck. The transformation is weakening, Azure noted. The rune's energy consumption is exceeding his ability to supply it. If you encounter this tale on Amazon, note that it's taken without the author's consent. Report it. Looks like we won't be seeing his final form. The crimson lines spreading across Bane's skin were starting to flicker, their steady pulse becoming erratic. The metallic sheen was fading in patches, revealing normal flesh beneath. I pressed the advantage, ignoring my body's protests as I closed in. Without my enhancement runes, I couldn't hope to match his strength directly. But I didn't need to. I just had to target the weak points that were beginning to appear. My first strike found a patch of normal skin at his kidney again. This time there was no armored protection to absorb the impact. Bane grunted in pain, the sound distorted by the vine's constriction. His counterswing was wild, lacking the terrifying precision of his earlier attacks. I slipped past it easily, hammering another body shot into an unprotected section of his ribs. The vine continued its work, steadily tightening as more and more of the transformation began to fade. Bane tried to blink step away, but the vine's grip prevented him from fully completing the technique. He rematerialized only a few feet away, staggering. The jagged lines of the Arcos rune were barely visible now, their crimson light guttering like a candle in the wind. "Master," Azure warned, "be careful. Cornered opponents are often at their most dangerous." As if to prove his point, Bane let out another inhuman roar. The Arcos rune flared one final time, pumping out a massive surge of crimson energy. His metallic skin regenerated completely, and his muscles swelled even further as he burned through what must have been the last of his reserves. The vine's constriction finally snapped his self-control. He began thrashing wildly, his enhanced strength sending shockwaves through the air with each movement. The defensive formations in the walls were starting to crack under the strain of containing so much power. I was forced to retreat as he unleashed a berserk rampage, his massive fists crushing everything in their path. The vine maintained its hold, but even its supernatural durability was being tested by his enhanced strength. "This is the final surge," Azure observed. "The rune is consuming his life force directly now. The transformation will fail completely within moments." I frowned as I dodged another wild swing. Something about this didn't make sense. Why would anyone burn through their life force in what was essentially just a training spar? The thought genuinely bothered me. I'd read about this kind of behavior in cultivation novels too. Disciples ready to cripple themselves just to win a friendly match. Then I remembered, unlike in the cultivation world, for which there was no explanation that came to mind, this was just how Skybound trained. Here, every spar was treated like a death match. Every training session involved pushing each other to the absolute limit. These people didn't know any other way to fight. For them, holding back meant weakness, and weakness meant death. I could see the transformation eating away at him. Despite the massive power he was displaying, Bane's movements were becoming increasingly desperate. The crimson light of the Arcos rune was stuttering, and patches of his armored skin were falling away faster than they could regenerate. But those moments could still get me killed if I wasn't careful. I needed to end this now, before his desperate flailing actually connected. One enhanced hit would be enough to shatter this body. The vine seemed to sense my intent. It suddenly released its hold on Bane's throat, causing him to stumble forward as the resistance vanished. Before he could recover, it whipped around his ankles and yanked his feet out from under him. The giant crashed to the ground with earth-shaking force. The vine immediately began wrapping him up like a spider with its prey, taking advantage of his momentary vulnerability to bind his limbs. I didn't waste the opportunity. As Bane struggled against the vine's entanglement, I circled behind him. A precise strike to the back of his head, one of the few spots where the armored skin had completely faded, knocked him out. The transformation broke completely as soon as he lost consciousness. His massive form shrank back to normal size, the metallic skin vanishing entirely. The Arcos rune was now just an angry red scar on his chest, its power completely spent. I sagged in relief, letting myself sink to the floor as the adrenaline began to fade. Everything hurt. Without my enhancement runes or the Aegis Mark's protection, I was feeling every impact from the fight. Magnificent! Elder Malric's voice made me jump. I'd almost forgotten we had an audience. Simply magnificent. Such innovative use of botanical warfare. The way you conserved energy and let his own power work against him. Yes, beautiful. The Elder was practically bouncing with excitement as he examined both me and the unconscious Bane. He seemed particularly interested in how the vine had adapted its strategies throughout the fight. Speaking of which, I looked down at the vine as it unwrapped itself from Bane's unconscious form and slithered back to me. It curled around my arm in that familiar way, and I felt a warmth in my chest that had nothing to do with physical exertion. Hello, old friend, I thought. I've missed you. The vine squeezed my arm gently, though I knew it couldn't actually hear my thoughts or remember our time together in the previous loop. Still, it always did have a way of sensing my feelings and knowing what I was trying to convey. A fine victory, Elder Malric declared, finally remembering his duties as an instructor. Though perhaps I should have mentioned Bane's unique capabilities beforehand. Still, the way you adapted to the situation was most instructive. And your connection with my experimental vine is fascinating. Yes, this opens up so many new avenues of research. I let his enthusiastic rambling wash over me as I caught my breath. Master, Azure said quietly, while unorthodox, your plan appears to have succeeded. You've obtained the vine much earlier than in the previous loop, and demonstrated enough skill to maintain Elder Malric's interest without raising suspicion. I nodded slightly, still gently stroking the vine as it wrapped protectively around my shoulders. Things hadn't gone exactly according to plan. I certainly hadn't expected to fight a transforming berserker, but the end result was what mattered. The vine was back where it belonged, and I had managed to avoid dying horribly. All in all, I'd call that a successful day's work. Come? Elder Malric's voice snapped me out of my thoughts. We must document everything while it's fresh. I want detailed notes on every aspect of the fight, particularly your manipulation of the vine's combat patterns. Oh, and I suppose we should have someone take Bane to the medical wing. Eventually, I climbed to my feet, wincing at various protests from my battered body. The vine shifted to help support my weight, proving that some things really didn't need memory to persist. Chapter 111. Forming a Soul Bond. I sat cross-legged on my bed, the vine wrapped comfortably around my shoulders like an old friend, which, in a way, it was, even if it didn't remember that yet. Master, Azure spoke up, if you wish to restore your bond with the vine, I believe I know how we might be able to share your memories. That caught my attention. How? The spiritual sense techniques you've learned for the Heart's Bridge method could be adapted. Instead of creating a connection for bonding, you could use it to share specific memories. It would require precise control, but it's possible, I finished, feeling a spark of hope. How do we do it? Azure walked me through the process, explaining to me how instead of opening a channel to connect with the individual, I needed to take specific memories and project them, almost like creating a spiritual picture book. Remember, Azure cautioned, clarity is essential. Focus on the strongest memories, the moments that you believe define your relationship. And be careful not to overwhelm it. Too much information at once could be harmful. I nodded, taking a deep breath. The vine seemed to sense my intention, wrapping itself more securely around my arm as I began to convert my soul essence into spiritual essence. Are you ready, buddy? I asked it softly when I had stored enough spiritual essence. The vine's tip bobbed in what I chose to interpret as a nod. I closed my eyes, focusing on the memories I wanted to share. The technique felt similar to the Heart's Bridge method, but instead of creating an open channel, I was crafting something more like a spiritual projection. The first memory crystallized in my mind, my fight with Kiran. I could see it clearly. The young noble's face twisted with madness as he manipulated his own bones, extending them into deadly weapons. That had been the first time me and the vine ever fought together. After that day, it had never left my side. I pushed the memory outwards, feeling the vine tense up as it received the images. The scene played out in our shared spiritual space, Kiran's bone blades clashing against the vine's hardened segments, my dodges and counterattacks flowing seamlessly with the vine's movements. I made sure to include the feeling of trust, the absolute certainty that the vine would be there when I needed it. The next memory was darker, running through the forest, pursued by one of Elder Malric's failed experiments, the abomination. I showed the vine how we'd work together, using the forest itself as our ally. How it got hurt trying to protect me, how I told it to hide and recover, but it still jumped back into the battle in the end in an effort to save me. I felt the vine shudder slightly as it absorbed these memories, but it didn't pull away. If anything, it drew closer, encouraging me to continue. The third memory was the most difficult to share, our final stand against the Lightweaver priest. I showed the vine how it had tried to save me as the priest held me suspended in the air. I shared the moment of horror when the priest had caught the vine in his other hand and how his chi began to vaporize the vine and make it scream, a sound I never wanted to hear again. And then, our last moment together, the decision to detonate my core, to take the Lightweaver down with us. As the memories faded, the vine had wound itself around my shoulders in a gesture that felt unmistakably like a hug. Its tip moved in a pattern I recognized, an apology. Stolen story. Please report. I couldn't help but laugh, though it came out a bit watery. Don't apologize. None of that happened in this timeline. You didn't forget anything. Those memories never existed for you until now. The vine's tip traced a question mark in the air. I know it's a lot to take in, I said, gently stroking its length, but there's a way we could make sure we're never separated again. Would you like to hear about it? The vine perked up, its tip rising to face me attentively. It's called the Heart's Bridge method, a soul bonding technique. If it works, we'd be connected on a fundamental level. No matter what happens, no matter where we go, we'd always be together. The vine's tip tilted slightly, radiating curiosity. It's not without risks, I continued honestly. Soul bonding is complex and dangerous. If something goes wrong, it could hurt both of us. But, I smiled, I think it's worth it. The vine seemed to consider this for a moment. Then it did something it had never done before. It formed its tip into a simple smile shape. All right then, I said, shifting into a more comfortable position. Azure, shall we begin? One moment, Master, Azure cautioned. Remember, the Heart's Bridge method requires both participants to be actively involved. The vine will need to understand how to use its own energy to form its half of the bridge. I blinked. I'd been so focused on my own part that I'd forgotten that detail. Right? Good point. Okay. Time for some teaching. The rest of the hour was spent leading the vine through the basics of the technique. It was a strange sensation, trying to teach advanced spiritual concepts to a creature which perceived the universe in such a radically different manner from humans. But the vine was an eager student and very bright, just as it had been before. When I used my spiritual sense to demonstrate each step, showing how to gather and shape energy in the specific patterns required for the bond, the vine proved remarkably adept at copying my examples. Though its version of the technique had a distinctly more organic feel to it. Remarkable, Azure commented as we watched the vine practice. It's not just mimicking the forms. It's actually adapting the technique to work with its own natural energy. Finally, after countless repetitions and adjustments, we were ready to attempt the actual bond. The vine wrapped itself around my left arm, its tip resting over my heart, the position we'd found worked best for channeling our respective energies. Remember, Azure said softly, this needs to be a mutual reaching. Don't try to force the connection. Let it develop naturally. I nodded, closing my eyes. The heart's bridge method felt different this time, more focused. Instead of creating a general field of awareness, I was reaching specifically toward the vine's spiritual presence. Its energy met mine halfway, intertwining in patterns that felt both alien and familiar. The first attempt failed. Our energies touched but didn't merge, sliding past each other like oil and water. I felt the vine's disappointment echo my own. No backlash, at least, Azure noted. The energies are compatible, they're just not connecting properly. I frowned, thinking it through. The vine's energy, I don't know what the elder did to it, but it isn't using the red sun's energy or even the blue sun's energy for that matter. It's something different, more like a mix of both. Maybe we need to approach this differently. Instead of trying to create a bridge between us, I focused on creating a space where our energies could naturally flow together, like preparing soil for a seed, rather than building a structure. The vine seemed to understand instantly. Its energy shifted, becoming less directed, more like a growing root seeking fertile ground. When our energies met this time, they began to slowly intermingle, creating patterns that reminded me of spreading roots or growing branches. Yes, Azure encouraged. Let it develop organically. Don't try to guide it, just maintain the space for it to grow. The connection deepened gradually, our energies weaving together in increasingly complex patterns. I could feel the vine's consciousness brush against mine, not with words or concrete thoughts, but with impressions and emotions. Trust, affection, excitement at this new way of being together. The actual moment of bonding, when it came, was both subtle and profound. There was no flash of light, no surge of power, just a quiet click of completion, like a key turning in a lock. The vine's physical form began to fade, dissolving into motes of green light that swirled around me before disappearing. Congratulations, Master, Azure said warmly. The soul bond has formed. It appears stable and healthy. I closed my eyes and smiled, feeling the vine's presence settle into a special corner of my inner world. It wasn't gone. It was just somewhere safer, somewhere it could never be taken from me again. Welcome home, I whispered, feeling its happiness echo through our new bond. Now for something I should have done long ago. Give you a name.
Chapter 112. Rune Weaver.
I stared at the vine, which was getting cozy in my inner world, trying to think of a suitable name for it. After everything we had been through, it deserved something meaningful. Something that captured its nature as both protector and nurturer. Yggdrasil, I said finally, feeling the name settle into place. The world tree from Norse mythology, connecting all realms, supporting existence itself. I smiled as I felt curiosity pulse through our bond. We can call you YGGY for short. The newly named YGGY's presence rippled with approval, and I could feel it testing out the name, almost tasting it. Before all this iSky business, it wasn't only cultivation novels that I'd read. I'd been quite the mythology buff. Something about those ancient stories had always captivated me, perhaps because they felt more exciting than the mundane world I'd lived in. With the intelligence that it had shown so far, perhaps with a name like Yggdrasil, the vine could one day be something more. Master, Azure commented. The name seems particularly appropriate. given your World Tree Sutra cultivation method. I nodded. That's one of the reasons why I chose it. In the myths, Yggdrasil wasn't just a passive connection between realms, it was a guardian, protecting the structure of reality itself. I felt YGGY's presence swell with pride at this description. Plus, it's fun to say, Yggdrasil has a nice ring to it, though I doubt anyone thought it would be used to name a semi-sentient vine created by a mad genius. Speaking of mad geniuses, the next morning, I made my way to Elder Malric's laboratory, wondering what new chaos awaited me. The previous loop had certainly set a high bar for bizarre experiments, but somehow, I suspected the Elder would manage to surprise me anyway. I wasn't disappointed. As I entered the lab, I found Elder Malric engaged in what appeared to be an intense staring contest with, was that a potted cactus? A very angry potted cactus, if the way it was bristling was any indication. "Ah, you're early," the Elder called out without breaking eye contact with the plant. "Just give me a moment to finish this delicate phase of the experiment." The cactus suddenly sprouted several additional arms, each one ending in what looked suspiciously like tiny fists. It began shadowboxing, throwing surprisingly coordinated punches at the air. Yes, excellent form," Elder Malric praised, scribbling notes with one hand while still maintaining eye contact. "Now, remember what we discussed about targeting?" The cactus turned slightly, noticed me, and immediately launched one of its segments like a spiky projectile. I barely managed to dodge, the thorny missile embedding itself in the wall behind me with enough force to crack the stone. "Perfect accuracy," Elder Malric exclaimed, finally breaking his staring contest to beam proudly at his creation. "Though perhaps we should work on impulse control." The cactus had already grown a replacement for its launch segment and was now performing what looked like a victory dance, its many arms pumping in celebration. The Elder appears to have combined enhancement runes with some form of awakening technique, Azure noted. The plant shows signs of both increased combat capability and developed personality. "Let's hope it doesn't develop a grudge," I muttered, eyeing the still dancing cactus warily. Elder Malric finally seemed to remember why I was there. "Ah yes, the lesson." He turned to me with an expectant look. "I assume you've read up on the material?" I nodded, keeping my expression appropriately serious. "Yes, Master." The text explained that while the fundamental rune allows us to absorb and refine the Red Sun's energy, we need specialized runes to convert that energy into elemental forms. The most basic of these is the conversion rune itself, which serves as a bridge between pure energy and elemental manifestation. "Very good." He looked pleased. "And have you given thought to which conversion rune would best suit you?" "The Worldroot Conduit," I replied without hesitation. Its design aligns well with my fundamental rune's tree motif, and it should provide excellent energy conversion efficiency for wood element techniques. Excellent choice. I retrieved the materials I would need. When I began inscribing the Worldroot Conduit pattern, I made sure my movements were precise. The interwoven roots formed an endless knot, each line flowing naturally into the next. "Perfect on the first attempt," Elder Malric nodded to himself. "You see, this is what happens when an instructor properly nurtures natural talent instead of forcing rigid conformity. The Academy's so-called standardized teaching methods completely fail to." I managed not to smile as he continued praising his own teaching abilities, conveniently ignoring the fact that he hadn't actually taught me any of this yet. The cactus, however, had no such restraint. It was making what looked suspiciously like eye-rolling motions with its upper segments. Ensure your favorite authors get the support they deserve. Read this novel on Royal Road. While he continued to rant, I prepared for the actual inscription. Once the pattern was transferred to my chest and activated, I felt the familiar sensation of roots spreading through my being. "Master," I said carefully once he'd wound down, "I've been reading about alternative methods of runic inscription." I paused to check his reaction, specifically about weaving runes directly from energy. The Elder's eyebrows shot up. "Oh, that's quite advanced. Most practitioners don't attempt energy weaving until at least rank 3. He studied me thoughtfully. "Few are successful at rank 2, though I suppose with your natural talent. I understand it's difficult, I pressed on. But the advantages seem worth the effort. Being able to create runes on the fly could provide much more tactical flexibility. He was silent for a long moment, then broke into a wide grin. Well, why not? It's refreshing to see such initiative. He glanced at his cactus, which had settled down to watch us with what looked like genuine interest. Though perhaps we should move to a different part of the lab. Some of my experiments can be sensitive to energy fluctuations. The cactus waved one of its arms in what might have been a goodbye gesture, or possibly a rude gesture. It was hard to tell with cacti. Once we'd reached a clearer area, Elder Malric grabbed several scrolls and what looked suspiciously like a small cage covered in cloth. We'll start with something relatively simple, the Vine Whip rune. Watch carefully. He raised his hand, and crimson energy began to flow from his fingers. It moved like liquid light, forming precise patterns in the air. The key, he explained, is maintaining consistent energy density while shaping the patterns. Too much power, and the rune becomes unstable. Too little, and it won't hold its form. The energy continued weaving itself into familiar shapes, the flowing lines that would form the basic structure of the Vine Whip rune. Each segment must be perfectly balanced, he continued. Think of it like writing in water. The medium wants to disperse, but you must keep it cohesive through sheer force of will. To demonstrate, he removed the cloth from the cage, revealing a small potted plant. With another gesture, he pressed the floating rune against the plant's stem. The pattern held for a few seconds, glowing brightly, then the plant withered and crumbled to dust. Don't worry, he added quickly, seeing my expression. The human body is far more resilient. These patterns are designed to integrate with living flesh, not simple vegetation. I nodded slightly, then raised my hand to attempt the technique. Immediately, I discovered why most practitioners waited years before trying this. Controlling energy outside the body was exponentially harder than channeling it through existing runes. My first attempt dispersed almost immediately, the crimson energy scattering like smoke in the wind. The second lasted slightly longer but lost coherence before I could form even the basic outline. Elder Malric watched my attempts with surprisingly patient interest. You're actually doing better than most first attempts, he commented. Most can't even maintain the energy's form for more than a split second. After several more failed tries, he held up a hand. That's enough for today. Make note of the other elemental runes you're interested in, then practice energy weaving on your own. Return when you've either mastered it or decided to try the physical inscription method instead. The next 6 weeks passed in a blur of practice and frustration. I spent countless hours in my room, trying to master the delicate art of energy weaving. Azure provided constant analysis and adjustment suggestions, while YGGY offered its own unique perspective through our bond. Its natural understanding of energy helped me visualize how energy should flow. Slowly, painfully slowly, I began to make progress. The energy stayed coherent longer, began to take on more complex shapes. My failures became less spectacular, though I did manage to singe my eyebrows off at least twice. The key, Azure noted during one particularly frustrating session, seems to be treating the energy less like a tool and more like a living thing. Notice how it responds better when you guide it rather than trying to force it. I nodded. Throughout my time cultivating, whether it be chi or red sun energy, they all seem to respond better to being guided rather than forced. This time, instead of trying to shape the energy directly, I created something like a trellis of my own energy for it to grow along. The red sun's power responded immediately, flowing along the guidelines like an eager vine. Excellent thinking, Master, Azure encouraged. By providing a framework rather than forcing a shape, you're allowing the energy to maintain its natural properties while still achieving the desired form. Chapter 113, Chi Condensation Stage 6. It still took another week of practice to perfect the technique, but eventually, I managed to weave my first stable rune in the air. The Vine Whip pattern hung between my hands, glowing with a crimson light. Now for the easy part, I muttered, preparing to transfer it to my skin. This part was more for show, I didn't want to return to the Elder empty-handed. Remember, Azure cautioned, unlike physical inscription, this method requires you to maintain perfect focus throughout the transfer process. If your concentration is disrupted at any point, it could cause the rune to collapse. YGGY sent encouragement through our bond as I carefully pressed the floating rune against the back of my right hand. The pattern flared brightly, and for a moment I thought it would fade like it had with the plant. Then the lines settled into my skin, forming the same dark red tattoo-like mark that the physical inscription would have created. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was even holding. It worked. Indeed, Master, Azure agreed. And now that you've mastered the technique, you can inscribe the patterns into your inner world. I smiled, already thinking of the possibilities. I could allocate an area of my inner world just for runes. I'd start with the fundamental rune and then keep adding new runes. But for now, I gathered energy between my hands again, beginning to weave another pattern. Let's inscribe a few more runes so the Elder doesn't get suspicious. Master, Azure spoke up as I successfully completed another rune. I believe Elder Malric will be quite surprised by your progress when you return. I laughed softly, watching the latest patterns settle into my skin. Oh, I'm counting on it. Though knowing him, he'll probably just take it as proof that his teaching methods are superior to the Academy's. Through our bond, I felt YGGY's amusement at the thought. The vine-turned spirit had quickly come to share my fondness for the Elder's eccentric ways. Before I returned to the Elder, there was one more thing I needed to do. After weeks of practicing energy weaving, it was time to make some permanent improvements to my setup. No more wasting time inscribing runes at the start of each loop. I was going to create something that would last. Ready, Master? Azure asked as I closed my eyes. As I'll ever be, I replied, letting my consciousness sink inward. The familiar sensation of leaving my physical body washed over me as I entered my inner world in spiritual form. The massive expanse of my domain spread out before me, mountains rising in the northwest, the garden region to the northeast, and the training zones in the southern quadrants. At the center of it all, the Genesis seed stood proudly. We should choose the location carefully, Azure said, materializing beside me. The runes will need to be both protected and accessible. I nodded, floating toward the Genesis seed. I'm thinking here in the central area, close enough to benefit from the seed's stabilizing influence, but with enough space to create a proper runic array. The area around the Genesis seed was relatively clear, with only the root system extending outward in every direction. That's an excellent choice, Azure agreed. I studied the space, mentally mapping out where each rune would go. The fundamental rune should be at the center of the array, with the others arranged around it in a balanced pattern. Master, Azure said thoughtfully, regarding power requirements, the runes need constant red sun energy to maintain their form. Perhaps we could create a direct connection to your red sun. Stolen novel. Please report. I looked up at the crimson orb making its eternal orbit overhead. That could work. Instead of having to constantly channel energy to keep the runes active, we could set up a permanent feed. I grinned. The theory seems sound. Azure nodded. Though we should test it carefully. Start with just the fundamental rune and ensure the connection is stable before adding the others. Right? I raised my hands, gathering crimson energy between them. The energy responded to my will, flowing into the familiar pattern of my fundamental rune. The silvery tree pattern hung in the air before me, but rather than trying to inscribe it somewhere, I focused on creating a connection to the red sun above. A thin stream of energy extended from the celestial body, flowing into the rune like water through a pipe. The effect was immediate. The rune's glow steadied, powered by the constant feed of energy. I could feel the refined power flowing into my spiritual form, just as it did when physically inscribed on my body. The connection appears stable, Azure observed. The rune is maintaining perfect form with minimal energy loss. Encouraged by the success, I began weaving the world root conduit. The pattern of interwoven roots took shape beside the fundamental rune, and I carefully guided them together. The designs merged seamlessly, creating a more complex but harmonious whole. Almost immediately, I felt the change. Wood essence began materializing in the air around the combined runes, spreading outward in gentle waves. The Genesis seed began to hungrily absorb the wood essence like a sponge drinking water. A ripple of power spread through my inner world. The boundaries pushed outward, expanding from their original 220-meter radius to around 400 meters. Fascinating, Azure commented. The Worldroot conduit appears to be generating elemental essence similar to how we previously used treasures to create water and earth essence. I nodded, watching my status increase. Chi condensation stage 6. Soul essence, 1250/1250. Spiritual essence, 1100/1100. Physical essence, 300/1150. The numbers were encouraging. I was firmly in the early stages of Chi condensation 6, and my spiritual essence fully recovered. While I couldn't regenerate spiritual essence in this world without converting soul essence using the Tri-Essence Harmony technique, at least I had access to my full power even if it was limited use. More importantly, I could feel my connection to the wood element strengthening. The essence being generated wasn't just expanding my inner world, it was enhancing my natural affinity for plant-based techniques. Shall we continue with the rest? Azure asked. I cracked my spiritual knuckles, a gesture that probably wasn't necessary but felt appropriate. Time to get to work. Over the next few hours, I carefully wove and integrated each rune into the array. The Titan's crest, with its interlocking triangles forming a hexagon. The blink step, its overlapping crescents suggesting movement. The Aegis mark, creating a shield pattern of interconnected shapes. Each one connected to the red sun's energy feed, maintaining constant activity without draining my personal reserves. The elemental runes followed Vine Whip, Explosive Seed, and Woodweave Seal, their patterns harmonizing with the Worldroot conduit's wood essence generation. Don't forget the Flight rune, Azure reminded me. I paused, glancing at the blue sun hidden beneath the Genesis seed's canopy. We wouldn't need it if we could restore the proper orbit, I mused. But I guess we could use it until we figure out how to hide its presence from the elders. The Flight rune took shape under my hands. The rune might be staple for skybound practitioners at rank 2 and above, but I preferred having a backup method that didn't rely on their system. Master, Azure said as I finished connecting the last rune, I believe we should test the entire array before leaving. Experimenting here would be far less dangerous than in the physical world. Good point. I began channeling energy through each rune in sequence, checking their responses. The Titan's crest activated smoothly, sending strength-enhancing power through my spiritual form. The blink step's acceleration felt clean and precise. The Aegis mark's barrier snapped into place without any fluctuation. The elemental runes performed even better than their physical counterparts. Vines materialized instantly at my command. The Explosive Seed rune generated its volatile projectiles without any energy waste. The Woodweave Seal created patches of healing fibers that were actually superior to what I could manage in the physical world. Everything appears to be functioning optimally, Azure confirmed. The red sun's energy feed is stable, and the wood essence generation remains constant. Yes, but more importantly, I could practice new techniques here and not have to worry about accidentally killing myself. You now have your own private training place, Master. Azure smiled at me. I took a step back to admire what we had achieved. A complete array of runic patterns hung, suspended around the plateau, each one glowing with a steady crimson light as they drew power from the red sun above. It was beautiful in a deadly sort of way. Most impressive, Master, Azure said, though I notice you left space for additional patterns. I smiled. Of course. After all, we never did get to learn Elder Malric's more interesting runes in the last loop. My smile turned slightly predatory. This time, I intend to learn everything that Mad Genius has to teach. Speaking of which, Azure reminded me, we should probably return. The Elder will be expecting us soon. Chapter 114, New Runes. When I arrived at Elder Malric's laboratory the following morning, I found that the cactus from a few weeks ago had changed, and not subtly. Where before it had been a relatively normal-looking desert plant, aside from the whole sentience and projectile launching abilities. It now sported what could only be described as carefully sculpted muscles. Tiny green biceps bulged as it curled what appeared to be a miniature dumbbell made from a piece of lab equipment. 398. 399. Elder Malric counted enthusiastically as the botanical bodybuilder completed its reps. I couldn't help but wonder if it had existed in the previous timeline and I just hadn't been introduced to it, or if some butterfly effect had led to this. The moment the plant noticed my arrival, it dropped its weight, which landed with a concerning crack on the lab floor, and pointed one of its muscular arms directly at me. The gesture was unmistakable, the universal "you're going down" sign that seemed to transcend species, and apparently kingdoms of life. Elder?" I asked carefully, keeping one eye on the increasingly aggressive succulent. "What exactly did I do to offend your creation?" The elder looked up from his notes, his face breaking into that familiar manic grin that usually preceded something either brilliant or terrifying. Often both. "Oh, don't take it personally. Constantine here isn't angry with you specifically." "Constantine," I repeated, raising an eyebrow at the unexpectedly dignified name for what was essentially a buff houseplant. Yes, Elder Malric waved dismissively. "It's his frustration with that traitorous vine of yours. Abandoning the lab after all the time we spent nurturing its growth." He shook his head disapprovingly. "Constantine here has taken it quite personally. Professional pride, you understand." As if on cue, YGGY emerged from my sleeve, its tip raised in what could only be described as a challenging pose. The cactus immediately responded with a pose that would have made professional bodybuilders envious, its needles bristling with competitive energy as it flexed its abs, all 6 of them. Now, I started, seeing the situation rapidly deteriorating toward what would undoubtedly be the world's strangest botanical brawl. "I'm sure we can." Before I could finish my diplomatic attempt, Elder Malric made a casual gesture with his hand. Constantine went flying across the lab with a surprised spiky squeak, landing safely but firmly in what looked like a reinforced terrarium. "Master, did you notice the runes on Constantine's surface? They appear to be some variation of strength enhancement, but the configuration is unlike anything in the standard texts." I glanced at the muscular plant, trying to get a better look at the runes without being too obvious about it. The patterns were indeed unusual, more organic-looking than the geometric designs we typically used, almost as if they'd been grown rather than inscribed. "Interesting," I murmured inwardly, making a mental note to ask about those particular patterns, eventually, preferably when the cactus wasn't around to take offense at my curiosity about its personal enhancements. "Spoil sport," the elder muttered, though whether he was addressing me or his relocated experiment wasn't entirely clear. His eyes suddenly lit up with that dangerous sparkle I'd come to recognize. "Speaking of disappointments, have you finally given up on energy weaving yet?" I couldn't help but smile. This was the moment I'd been waiting for. Without a word, I held up my right hand, letting him see the perfectly formed vine whip rune I'd inscribed through energy weaving. The elder's eyebrows shot up so high they nearly disappeared into his hairline. Well, he tried to maintain his composure, but I could see the excitement building. I suppose my demonstration must have been particularly inspiring, though of course with a student of your natural talent. He trailed off as I slowly revealed each of the other runes I'd successfully woven. His attempts at maintaining a casual demeanor grew increasingly strained with each new pattern. The explosive seed too, and the woodweave seal. He circled me like a proud parent at a child's art exhibition, examining each rune with critical appreciation. All perfectly balanced, energy distribution precisely controlled. He straightened up, puffing out his chest. "Well, of course, this just proves what I've always said about proper teaching methods." I bowed deeply, fighting to keep my expression appropriately humble. "Your guidance has been invaluable, Master." In the background, Constantine made what sounded suspiciously like a scoffing noise. Yes, Elder Malric shushed it. He then turned back to me and raised his hand, and I felt the familiar distortion in space that preceded either a training room transformation or worse, a trip to his infamous forest of experiments. Now that you've mastered the basics, we should really test these new skills of yours. Wait, I said quickly, perhaps a bit too loudly. The elder's hand froze mid-gesture, space rippling uncertainly around his fingers. I mean, wouldn't it be more beneficial to learn a few more runes first? To really round out my capabilities before any serious testing. The attack on the Academy would be in less than a week if this timeline maintained its previous pattern. I really didn't have time to waste on the runes I had been practicing. I needed to get out of here before things got worse. Getting vaporized by a fanatical light priest once was enough. Elder Malric's expression fell slightly, like a child whose favorite toy had been taken away. Are you sure? I have this fascinating new variant of my forest maze that I've been dying to try out. He brightened suddenly. The mortality rate is only 30%. Well, 35 if you count partial survival. Perhaps later. I cut in, trying not to think too hard about what partial survival might entail. Actually, I was hoping you might tell me more about something I've been curious about. The Blue Sun? A case of literary theft. This tale is not rightfully on Amazon. If you see it, report the violation. The elder's eyes narrowed instantly, all traces of his previous enthusiasm vanishing. Oh? And what exactly do you know about that? I kept my expression carefully neutral, shrugging slightly. Just what I've heard from other initiates. They mentioned the Lightweavers, how they're driven to religious fanaticism by the Blue Sun's energy. Something about purifying all skybound practitioners. Ah, yes. The elder nodded slowly, his expression growing unusually serious. I probably shouldn't tell you this yet, but... He paused, muttering under his breath. You'll likely encounter them soon enough. Talent like yours tends to draw their attention. I blinked. That wasn't ominous at all. The elder seemed to realize his slip, coughing awkwardly. Not to worry, not to worry. Your master will protect you. His eyes took on a mischievous gleam. Actually, you might make excellent bait for capturing one of their priests. The research possibilities. I raised an eyebrow, and he laughed, waving off my concern. Just a joke. Just a joke. But I noticed he didn't quite meet my eyes as he said it. The Blue Sun's energy is fundamentally different from what we harness, he continued, seemingly eager to change the subject. It's more closely tied to the soul, which explains its superior life-giving properties. He gestured at his various experiments, including the still sulking Constantine. If I were a rank 7 Lightweaver, these wouldn't be mere curiosities. They'd be teeming with true life energy. I nodded, having already suspected as much from my previous observations. The Blue Sun focused on the soul whilst the Red Sun focused more on physical enhancements. Yet they both had spiritual effects. Do the Lightweavers only use the light element? I asked carefully, remembering how the priests I'd encountered in my previous loop had favored light-based attacks. The elder let out a bark of laughter. They certainly love to pretend so. It fits their self-righteous image, and many of them do seem to have a natural affinity for it. But just as we can convert Red Sun energy to other elements through proper runic inscription, they have their own methods. So, they use runes like we do? Yes and no. Elder Malric's expression grew thoughtful. They have their own runic system, but it's fundamentally different from ours. The Blue Sun's energy operates on entirely different principles. Our runes would be useless for channeling it. It was as I feared. I would need to learn a whole new runic system to properly channel the Blue Sun's energy. Master, Azure commented. At least the basic principles we've learned here should be transferable. True, I thought back. How different could it really be? The elder had taken on that distant look he got when contemplating his grander theories. I've long believed that the powers of both suns could be merged, he said softly, almost to himself. But it would require someone capable of manipulating both energies. He sighed heavily. I didn't mention that I fitted that particular requirement. Instead, I asked, how do people gain access to the Blue Sun's power in the first place? The fanatics would tell you it's the blue sun's blessing, he replied, his tone making it clear what he thought of that explanation. As for the actual mechanics, no one knows for certain. Some individuals simply have an affinity for one sun or the other, developing a core that resonates with that energy. He must have noticed my interested expression because his face suddenly split into what he probably thought was a gentle smile. On anyone else, it might have been. On him, it looked distinctly predatory. You know, if you're really curious, we could always capture a Lightweaver and investigate. I think I'll pass, I said quickly, recognizing another attempt to use me as experimental bait. Perhaps we could focus on some new runes instead? The elder sighed dramatically but reached for his tome of runic patterns. Very well. What catches your interest? That impact rune that Bane used, I said immediately. And the one that enhanced his perception. What was that called? Ah, the Hawk's Eye rune. Elder Malric's enthusiasm returned full force. He flipped through his book until he found the right pages. These are both excellent choices, though they each come with their own quirks. He tapped the impact runes pattern. This one converts momentum into explosive force on contact, devastating in close combat. But there's a reason most practitioners do not simply abuse it ceaselessly. His expression grew serious. The conversion process creates significant feedback. Use it too many times in rapid succession, and you'll start damaging your body. Even with perfect technique, you're limited to about 3 full power strikes every few minutes. I nodded, thinking of how Bane had stopped using it after his transformation. He must have hit the limit by then. The Hawk's Eye is even trickier, the elder continued, pointing to the complex pattern of overlapping circles and angular lines. Enhanced perception, movement prediction, micro-expression reading, all incredibly useful. But the mental strain adds up quickly. Use it too long and you'll get splitting headaches at best, temporary blindness at worst. And that's assuming you can handle the sensory overload in the first place. He grinned suddenly. I heard one initiate activated it for the first time in the middle of a crowded marketplace. Poor fool spent the next 3 days in a dark room, crying about how he could still see everyone's pores in perfect detail. That's disturbing, I managed. Fascinating though, isn't it? The mind simply isn't designed to process that much information at once. Most practitioners at the lower ranks can only maintain it for about 30 seconds before the strain becomes unbearable. The truly skilled ones can maybe stretch it to a minute, but that's more or less the limit for you lower ranks. The elder's smile grew wider as he opened his book farther. Now then, let's see what else I have that might interest you. Chapter 115. Skybound Cultivation System Restrictions. The elder suddenly snapped the book closed with enough force to make Constantine the cactus jump in his reinforced terrarium. The muscular plant quickly recovered, flexing its spiky biceps as though to prove it hadn't been startled at all. Tell me, Elder Malric said, fixing me with one of his more penetrating stares. Exactly how many runes were you planning to add? I shrugged, trying to appear casual. As many as I can manage, I suppose. The more options in combat, the better, right? The elder's laugh started as a low chuckle before building into the kind of full-bodied cackle that usually preceded either a brilliant insight or a catastrophic explosion. Sometimes both. Oh, my naive disciple. Elder Malric wiped a tear from his eye. You clearly haven't done enough reading. I frowned. What do you mean? What I mean, he said, his expression shifting to something approaching seriousness, though with Elder Malric it was always hard to tell, is that there are very good reasons why skybound practitioners have specific limits on the number of runes they can safely maintain. He began pacing, his hands moving animatedly as he explained. At rank 1, you're limited to 3 physical enhancement runes. No elemental runes at all, your fundamental rune simply can't handle that kind of energy conversion yet. Apart from the restriction mentioned, the rest didn't surprise me. We had discussed it in the previous iteration. At rank 2, you get to add your elemental core rune, like your Worldroot Conduit, which lets you manipulate elemental energy. This also increases your capacity, allowing up to 3 supporting elemental runes and 5 physical enhancement runes. Why is it limited like that? I asked, genuinely curious. Back in my previous loop, I'd been so focused on mastering the fundamental rune and elemental rune that I hadn't delved deeper into these restrictions. Master, Azure's voice held a hint of embarrassment. This was actually mentioned in one of the 100 books the Elder gave you to study. I should have brought it to your attention sooner. It's fine, I thought back. It didn't matter before since I never hit that limit anyway. Meanwhile, Elder Malric had launched into full lecture mode. These aren't arbitrary restrictions, you understand. Generations of skybound practitioners learned these limits the hard way. His eyes took on a familiar gleam. When you exceed what your fundamental rune can handle, the runes begin to malfunction. And then, he made an explosive gesture with his hands. Though, the Elder added thoughtfully, these aren't exactly strict rules. Some initiates can handle 1 or 2 more runes than their rank would suggest. Others struggle with even the average number. He stroked his chin. You're an interesting case. Despite your relatively small capacity for Red Sun energy, your control and efficiency are more in line with a rank 2 practitioner. I'd estimate your personal limit at 3 elemental runes and maybe 4 or 5 physical enhancement runes. I nodded seriously, though internally I was already plotting. I had no intention of exploding, but maybe I could experiment in my inner world to see if that really was my limit. So, Elder Malric continued, you can add maybe 2 more physical enhancement runes and 2 more elemental runes. Choose carefully. I nodded, mentally cataloging what I already had. The Elder didn't know about the flight rune since I'd only inscribed that in my inner world. Speaking of which, Master, Azure spoke up, there might be a way around these limitations. The runes in your inner world are completely separate to those inscribed on your physical body. Theoretically, you could maintain double the normal limit, as long as the inner world runes are different from your physical ones. That was an interesting thought. In my original body, I'd already inscribed most of the physical enhancement and elemental runes, except for the flight rune and Aegis mark. The flight rune would be redundant once I returned, since I could rely on the orbit of the 2 suns in my inner world for flight. As for the Aegis mark, keeping that in my inner world made more sense anyway. Trying to inscribe a rune on my back, even with energy weaving, would be unnecessarily complicated. This meant I could replace those inner world runes with new ones. 3 physical enhancement runes for my cultivator body, and 4 physical enhancement runes plus 3 elemental runes for my inner world. True, Azure cautioned, clearly sensing my enthusiasm. But remember, you only have one energy source powering all of these. The miniature red sun in your inner world. More runes than others at your stage might give you options, but you'll need to be economical with their use. Fair point. Which reminded me of something I'd been wondering about. Master, about my low capacity for red sun energy. Is there any way to increase it besides direct absorption? Perhaps some kind of storage rune? The Elder shook his head. Storage is already one of the primary functions of the fundamental rune. Every time someone's tried to artificially increase their capacity, at best their progress unravels, and they lose everything they work towards. But more often, he made that explosion gesture again, this time with added whistling sound effects. I was starting to sense a theme in skybound cultivation. Everything seemed to end in explosions or crystallization. I couldn't decide which fate was worse. What about combining runes? I asked, trying a different angle. To enhance their effects? Ah! The Elder's face lit up. That's what rank 3 is all about, chaining runes together to create compound effects. He waved his hand dismissively. But don't worry about that now. You're not even officially rank 2 yet. Rank 3 is a long way off. The story has been illicitly taken. Should you find it on Amazon, report the infringement. I sighed but made a mental note. At least there was an established way to combine runes. I wouldn't have to figure it out through potentially explosive trial and error. Elder Malric opened his book again. Now then, what kind of rune were you looking for specifically? Actually, I said carefully, I was wondering if there are any runes that can hide red sun energy? The Elder gave me a strange look before his face split into a knowing smile. Ah, I see. You're one of those. One of what? I raised my eyebrows, not sure exactly what he meant by that, but it didn't sound good. No judgment. He held up his hands in a placating gesture. Some skybound practitioners enjoy pretending to be mortals, then dramatically revealing their power for dramatic effect. It's quite common, really. His grin widened. Though usually they wait until rank 2 before starting their little performances. I couldn't help but smile, thinking of Elder Chun Yong back in the sect and his habit of playing a crippled shopkeeper. It's not about showing off, I protested mildly. Sometimes it's just more convenient to walk around town without frightening the locals. The elder gave me an exaggerated wink that clearly said he didn't believe me for a second. Before I could defend myself further, he began flipping through his book with renewed enthusiasm. Let's see. Concealment. Concealment. Ah, here we go. The Shroud Rune. He turned the book so I could see the pattern. It looked deceptively simple, a series of interwoven curves that somehow seemed to draw the eye away from their center. One of our more practical enhancement runes for the lower ranks. It creates a field that masks the presence of red sun energy, making the user appear as an ordinary mortal to most forms of detection. I leaned closer, studying the pattern. Most forms. Well, he hedged. It won't fool higher-ranked practitioners. Those at rank 5 and above can usually see through it if they're paying attention. But for general purposes, he shrugged. It's quite effective at avoiding unwanted attention. Does it work against the light weavers? It's more effective against those blue sun worshippers than it is against other skybound. Unless you're dealing with a rank 7 or above light weaver, you'll remain completely undetected. Elder Malric gestured vaguely toward the academy's outer walls. It's how most of our lower-ranked practitioners manage to move around in the outside world without getting hunted down. His expression darkened slightly. Though those that do get killed, well, they usually gave themselves away, typically by killing someone in a fit of rage. We see a lot of that, even with the punishments in place. I nodded. It wasn't exactly surprising. It seemed like a logical outcome of the Red Sun's madness-inducing effects. Any other drawbacks? I asked, steering the conversation back to the rune itself. Ah! The elder raised a finger, clearly not done explaining. Before we get into drawbacks, you should know the Shroud Rune actually has another function. When activated, it can shroud the user's face in shadows, completely masking their identity. It even alters your voice, gives it this delightfully ominous echo. He grinned, obviously pleased with this particular feature. Most practitioners have it applied it to their robes, though that is pricey. I knew what he was referring to. A similar rune was applied to Viara's robes, which was why I didn't realize that she was a woman until she removed her hood. I had also used the same feature to scare off Zoran. Normally, I'd be interested in getting one of these robes, but material possessions weren't my priority. With the rune stored in my inner world, I could use its effects anywhere, anytime, without relying on physical items. Okay, now in terms of drawbacks, the elder continued. Besides the constant energy drain, it interferes slightly with other runes, reduces their effectiveness by about 20% while active. Nothing too severe, but something to keep in mind if you end up in combat. A 20% reduction wasn't ideal, but it might be worth it for the advantages of going undetected, especially during the beginning of the loop if I wanted to avoid Viara. This would count as a physical enhancement rune, right? Anything that isn't elemental gets lumped into the physical enhancement category. The elder paused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Actually, let's just call them elemental and non-elemental runes to prevent any confusion. Physical enhancement is a bit misleading since runes like the Shroud Rune don't actually enhance anything physical. I nodded, mentally cataloging the Shroud Rune as my first chosen non-elemental rune. Now I just needed to pick my second one. Whilst the explosive force of the Impact Rune was impressive, I wasn't in a rush to learn it. The Titan's Crest already gave me enhanced strength, and overlapping similar effects seemed wasteful when I had such strict limitations on the number of runes I could maintain. The Hawk's Eye Rune was still a strong contender. Enhanced perception and the ability to read micro-expressions could be invaluable in combat, but the severe drawbacks gave me pause. 30 seconds of enhanced perception followed by debilitating headaches or potential temporary blindness was a steep price. Still, I'd keep it in mind unless something more suitable turned up. What other non-elemental runes would you recommend? I asked, hoping to see options that would complement rather than duplicate my existing abilities. Chapter 116, Non-Elemental Runes Selection. Are there any alternatives to the Hawkeye rune? Elder Malric stroked his chin thoughtfully. So you're interested in sensory enhancement? He rapidly flipped through the tome. The Echo rune, for instance, enhances hearing to the point where you can pick up heartbeats from across a room. Some practitioners even claim they can hear lies in people's voices. The downside? I asked. Well, the elder coughed delicately. Extended use tends to cause auditory hallucinations. Nothing too severe at first, just whispers at the edge of hearing. But if you push it, he made a swirling motion near his temple. Master, Azure commented, I can already detect heartbeats and microfluctuations in vocal patterns. I nodded slightly both to Azure and the Elder. What else? The Presence rune. Elder Malric turned another page. Creates a sort of awareness bubble around the user. You can sense movement, changes in air pressure, even emotional states within its range. His expression grew serious, though the emotional feedback can be problematic, especially during combat when everyone's feelings are running high. Let me guess, sensory overload? More like emotional contamination. He grimaced. Had an initiate use it during a spar once. Got so caught up in his opponent's battle fury that he couldn't tell whose rage was whose. I exchanged mental glances with Azure. You can already detect all of that too, can't you? Yes, Master. And without the risk of emotional bleed over. The Elder continued, oblivious to our silent exchange. The Insight rune is popular among the more scholarly types. Enhances pattern recognition, improves memory recall, helps with complex calculations. He paused. Though it does tend to make people a bit obsessive. They start seeing patterns everywhere, even where none exist. Like conspiracy theorists? I asked, remembering a term from my original world. The Elder blinked. I'm not familiar with that term, but if you mean people who spend days creating elaborate diagrams connecting completely unrelated events while muttering about hidden meanings, then yes, exactly like that. I believe I can handle any necessary calculations or pattern analysis, Master, Azure noted dryly, without the risk of developing paranoid tendencies. I had to agree. Most of these sensory runes seemed like pale imitations of what Azure could already do. Even if there were beings powerful enough to escape Azure's detection, these runes wouldn't be able to spot what he couldn't. I shouldn't have expected too much from rank 1 and rank 2 runes. The Elder continued, apparently warming to his subject. The Whisper rune is an interesting one. Lets you project your voice directly into someone's mind at a distance. Quite useful for covert communication. Though it does have an unfortunate tendency to cause splitting headaches if used too frequently. Sounds like using spiritual sense to communicate. It was a pretty common technique in the cultivation world, one that most disciples in the 4th stage of chi condensation are able to do. I could probably learn to do it within a few hours when I'm back. There was no point wasting a rune slot on it. As the Elder continued describing various sensory enhancements, I found myself drawn back to the Hawk's Eye rune. Enhanced perception and the ability to read micro-expressions could be invaluable, especially in the tournament. The drawbacks were concerning, but 30 seconds of heightened awareness at a crucial moment could mean the difference between victory and defeat. I think I'll go with the Hawk's Eye, I said finally, interrupting what was becoming an increasingly elaborate description of something called the Thousand Tongues rune, which apparently let you taste things from a distance, though why anyone would want that was beyond me. The Elder raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? The mental strain is quite significant if you're not prepared. I'll make sure to practice properly and only use it when I need that extra edge in combat. Very well. He nodded, then suddenly snapped his fingers. Oh, speaking of combat, there's one more rune you should absolutely consider, the Soul Ward rune. It's practically standard issue for any serious skybound practitioner. That caught my attention. Why's that? Those pesky priests, he growled. His usual good humor briefly replaced by something darker. They love their soul-based techniques. One moment you're fighting normally. The next they're trying to rip your consciousness out through your ears. He made a violent gesture that I really could have done without visualizing. The Soul Ward provides basic protection against soul attacks and mental interference. Won't stop a determined high-rank priest, mind you, but it'll at least give you a fighting chance against the lower ranks. Are there other soul protection runes? I asked, thinking of my unique situation. Soul damage was literally my only real concern in these time loops. The elder shook his head. There are, but the drawbacks make them impractical at your level. The Soul Fortress rune, for instance, complete immunity to spiritual attacks, but it dampens your connection to the Red Sun. The Mind Lock rune prevents all mental interference but also slows down your cognition. And the Spirit Shell. He shuddered. Let's just say there's a reason we keep those failures in a separate section of the failure garden. I'll take the Soul Ward then, I decided. Protecting my soul was paramount. Everything else was just a temporary concern that would reset with the loop anyway. Excellent choice. The elder beamed. Now, have you considered any transformation runes? I'm not particularly fond of them myself, too flashy, too prone to psychological side effects, but they can be quite useful in certain situations. He began flipping through his tome again. The Wolf rune grants enhanced speed and tracking abilities, plus those intimidating claws, though the heightened aggression can be problematic. The Bear rune for raw strength and durability, but the decreased mobility is a significant drawback. The Owl rune for night vision and silent movement, though it makes you rather sensitive to bright light. Stolen from Royal Road, this story should be reported if encountered on Amazon. My attention was caught by a particularly intricate pattern. What's that one? Ah, the Scorpion rune. His eyes lit up. One of our more interesting options. Grants a prehensile tail-like appendage, excellent for both offense and defense. The tip secretes a rather nasty neurotoxin, causes temporary paralysis in most victims, though the exact effects vary depending on their rank. Best of all, the transformation improves your own poison resistance. I couldn't help but smile, thinking of the tournament. An otherworldly poison that cultivators hadn't built up a resistance to might not be lethal, but it could certainly turn the tide of a fight. That could be useful. Just remember, the elder cautioned, his expression unusually serious. Don't try mixing different transformation runes. The physical changes can interfere with each other, and the mental effects. He tapped his temple meaningfully. Let's just say there's a reason why most of our more eccentric members started out as transformation specialists. I nodded, making a mental note. One beastly appendage was probably enough anyway. Now, given your combat style, the elder continued, you might want to consider the Shockwave rune. He showed me a pattern that looked like ripples spreading from a central impact point. Releases a concussive pulse of energy that pushes back nearby opponents. Excellent for creating space or disrupting enemy attacks. Particularly useful for someone who prefers to keep their distance like yourself. He had a point. My fighting style relied heavily on controlling the battlefield with vines and other plant constructs. A way to forcibly create distance when enemies got too close could be invaluable. What about tracking? I asked, thinking ahead to the tournament. I didn't know exactly what the group stages would entail, but in the novels, these events often involved either finding specific items or hunting down other participants. Ah, for treasure hunting? No such luck, I'm afraid. Though we do have several options for tracking people. He flipped to a new section. The Bloodhound rune enhances your sense of smell to track targets, though it's rather unpleasant in populated areas. The Spirit Trace rune lets you follow energy signatures, but it's easily confused by multiple targets. Now, the Tracker rune. He tapped a simple but elegant pattern. That one's quite practical. Marks a target with a trace of red sun energy, letting you sense their location until it runs out. That could be extremely useful, not just for tracking enemies but also for keeping tabs on teammates if we got separated. I was about to say as much when the elder suddenly paused. frowning at the pages before him. "We may have gotten a bit carried away," he said, closing the tome. "You only have space for 2 non-elemental runes at your current rank. We've discussed far more than that. Azure, any chance you could scan the book for future reference?" "I apologize, Master," Azure replied. "The tome appears to be protected by some form of spiritual barrier. Not surprising, given its value." I looked up to the elder with a smile. "I'll just take the Soul Ward and one other for now. But it's good to know what options are available for the future. Can we continue reading?" The elder didn't look entirely convinced, but he nodded slowly. "Well, we might as well look at a few more before moving on to elemental runes." "What about storage runes?" I asked suddenly, thinking of my inner world. If I could inscribe one there, I might be able to store items even at the chi condensation stage. It would be incredibly useful, especially when world walking. "Storage runes." Elder Malric let out a bark of laughter. "Manipulating space is way beyond the abilities of a rank 2 skybound. Even our rank 4s struggle with the most basic spatial techniques." He shook his head in amusement. "Though I admire your ambition." I nodded, hiding my disappointment. It had been worth asking, at least. "Master," Azure spoke up, "have you considered a trump card? Something to give you an edge in truly desperate situations." I frowned. I generally avoided techniques with severe drawbacks, especially anything that affected life force. But Azure had a point. Better to burn a few years of life than die because I was too cautious to use a trump card. "Are there any runes specifically designed for emergency power-ups?" I asked carefully. The elder's expression darkened. "Don't tell me you're interested in those." He shook his head disapprovingly. "These foolish initiates, always reaching for more power without considering the cost. They use these runes for every little challenge, then wonder why they can't advance to the next rank." "I wouldn't use it carelessly," I assured him. "Only if my life was truly in danger." He studied me for a long moment, then sighed. "Well, at least you're being honest about it." He opened the tome again, turning to a section marked with what looked suspiciously like bloodstains. "Let's see. The Berserker's rage triples your physical strength but leaves you virtually mindless. The Phoenix Heart lets you ignore fatal wounds for 5 minutes, but afterward," he drew a finger across his throat. "The Dragon's Breath grants overwhelming power but burns through your life force like paper. The Spirit Burst releases all your spiritual energy at once. Very impressive. Right until your core dissipates." As he described each option, I found myself growing increasingly uncomfortable. These weren't just dangerous techniques. They were practically suicide moves disguised as power-ups. This theme continued until the elder stopped one that seemed more simple in its design. "The Overclock rune," the elder murmured. "Less spectacular than the others, but also less likely to kill you outright. Pushes your energy output beyond normal limits temporarily. The backlash isn't pleasant. Extreme exhaustion, potential damage to your body, but at least it won't literally burn away your life force or cripple you." I nodded. That sounded more reasonable than the alternatives. The elder closed his tome with a decisive snap. "Well, that's enough of that. Shall we move on to elemental runes? I have some fascinating options that I think would complement your current abilities quite nicely." Chapter 117, Choosing New Elemental Runes. While I had my Vine Whip and Explosive Seed techniques, expanding my arsenal of elemental runes could only help, especially with the tournament fast approaching. From the corner of my eyes, I noticed that Constantine had apparently given up on his workout routine and was now doing what looked suspiciously like yoga poses in his reinforced terrarium. I tried not to stare as the plant bent itself into what I'm pretty sure was meant to be a downward-facing dog position. "Let's start with something fun," Elder Malric said, bringing my attention back to him. The Thorn Barrage rune was one of my personal favorites back in the day for clearing out large groups of enemies. He traced the pattern with one finger, and I noticed it resembled a blooming flower, if that flower was made entirely of sharp, angular lines. When activated, it creates a storm of thorns that shoot outward in all directions. The thorns themselves are infused with spiritual energy, allowing them to pierce through basic defensive techniques. That sounds messy, I commented, thinking of the potential collateral damage. The elder's grin widened. Oh, it absolutely is. The targeting is completely indiscriminate, friend or foe. Everyone in range better have good defenses or quick reflexes. He chuckled. I once saw an initiate try to use it in a group spar. His teammates weren't very happy with him afterward. Those who could still walk. Anyway, while the ability to clear out multiple enemies at once was tempting, I preferred techniques with more precise control. I don't think Wei Lin or Lin Mei would be pleased when my own attacks turned on them. Master, the pattern appears similar to the explosive seed rune, but with multiple projection points instead of a single focal point. I've added it to my database for later analysis. I nodded slightly both to Azure and the Elder. Any runes like this one but more safe? The Leaf Storm rune. The Elder pointed to a pattern that looked like a spiraling leaf. It creates a swarm of razor-sharp leaves that you can control mentally. Less raw power than the Thorn Barrage but much more precise. You can even use them as a makeshift shield by spinning them around you. That had real potential. The energy cost? Moderate but continuous. The leaves last until they're destroyed or you run out of energy to maintain them. He demonstrated with a gesture, crimson energy forming into leaf-shaped constructs that danced through the air. See? Quite versatile. I could already imagine different uses for a technique like this. What else do you have? Ah, here's one you might appreciate, the Grove Guardian rune. He turned the page to reveal a complex pattern of interwoven circles and branches. Creates a defensive zone where wooden barriers spring up automatically to block incoming attacks. Quite efficient with energy usage too, since it only activates when needed. Why does it sound too good to be true? Well, he coughed slightly. The barriers tend to be a bit overzealous. Had one initiate sneeze during training and nearly impale himself on his own defenses. Though I suppose that just proves they work. I made a mental note to file that one under maybe, but needs testing in a very large, very empty space. Next we have the Rootbind rune. He showed me a pattern that looked like intertwining vines. Causes roots to burst from the ground and entangle your opponents. Simple but effective, especially since most practitioners focus on defending against attacks from above. That actually sounded quite practical. The problem with this one is range, mainly. You need to be within about 10 meters of your target, and it only works if there's actual earth nearby. Won't do you much good on stone floors or in midair. He shrugged. Still, it's reliable when the conditions are right. Unauthorized usage. This tale is on Amazon without the author's consent. Report any sightings. Master, Azure noted. That could be particularly useful in combination with your vine techniques. Force opponents to dodge the vines, then catch them with roots when they land. I nodded slightly. I rarely manipulate roots. They were usually a stubborn bunch in comparison to their flexible counterparts, vines. This one was definitely worth considering. Then I noticed something interesting in the corner of one page, a pattern that seemed different from the others. While most of the runes were clearly designed for external effects, this one had a more internal feel to it. The lines flowed like sap through wood, creating a pattern that reminded me of a tree's cross-section. What's that one? I asked, pointing to the corner. The Elder's expression changed, becoming more serious. Ah, the Rootform rune, one of our more experimental designs. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. It allows the user to transform their arm into a mass of roots and branches. Quite powerful in theory, but, I prompted when he trailed off. He sighed. As I mentioned earlier about transformation runes, these kinds of deep physical changes, they affect more than just the body. Users start thinking more and more like what they've transformed into. Well, let's just say we've had practitioners who became a bit too botanical in their worldview. You mean they started thinking like plants? Yes, the Elder sighed. They become obsessed with sunlight, constantly trying to put down roots. Some even forget they're supposed to move around. Had one fellow who stood in the same spot for 3 months, insisting he was growing. I nodded, trying not to show my excitement. Inside, however, my mind was racing. The World Tree Sutra's second stage involved partial transformation, allowing the cultivator to take on aspects of a world tree while maintaining human consciousness. This rune, despite using a completely different energy system, might provide valuable insights into that process. YGGY, apparently sensing my thoughts, emerged fully from my sleeve and performed what could only be described as an enthusiastic dance. "Oh, you like that idea, do you?" I smiled, reaching up to stroke its length. "Let me guess. You want me to be more plant-like? Like you?" The vine froze mid-motion, then made a gesture that clearly said, "Well, when you put it that way, the Genesis seed should provide some protection against mental contamination," Azure noted thoughtfully. "And I can monitor your psychological state for any concerning changes. If we detect any negative effects, we can simply stop using the rune." Had it not been for Azure and the Genesis seed, I wouldn't feel confident messing around with a rune like this. I turned back to the elder, who was watching my interaction with YGGY with raised eyebrows. "I'd like to learn this one. Are you sure?" he asked, his usual manic energy replaced by what looked like genuine concern. "It's not just the mental effects. Transformation runes can be tricky to control, and having multiple active at once." He stopped suddenly, eyes widening. "Ah, that's right. You were interested in the Scorpion rune as well, weren't you?" I nodded carefully. "You mentioned earlier that we shouldn't mix transformation runes. Non-elemental transformations," he corrected with a sigh. "They don't play well together. Trying to turn your arm into a wolf's claw while maintaining a bear's strength, for instance, tends to have messy results." He waved a hand dismissively. "But elemental transformations operate on different principles. They shouldn't interfere with each other." I felt a surge of relief. The Scorpion rune's poison-delivering capability was too useful to give up, especially for the tournament. Being able to keep both was ideal. The elder studied my face for a moment, then shrugged. "Well, you've shown good judgment so far. And I suppose having a Vine Spirit familiar already makes you somewhat uniquely qualified to handle plant-based transformation." YGGY preened at this, its tip forming into something that looked suspiciously like a flexing muscle. I couldn't help but wonder if it had been taking behavioral cues from Constantine. "There is one other thing you should know," the elder added, his expression serious. "The root form rune is powerful, more complex than most elemental runes at your rank. It would take up 2 of your 3 available slots for elemental runes. Are you sure about this?" I made a show of considering this carefully, even though I was already certain. I still had 1 slot left in my inner world. After all, I just needed to decide what to fill it with. "I understand," I said finally. "I still want to learn it." The elder nodded slowly. "Very well. No more talk about any other elemental runes for now." A hint of his usual manic grin returned. "Unless, of course, you manage to reach rank 3 sooner than expected. Then I could show you some really interesting combinations." I was a little disappointed that Azure couldn't continue adding more runes to the database, but at the same time, I couldn't help but smile. The root form rune might be expensive in terms of slots, but if it could help me understand the World Tree Sutra's transformation aspects, then it would be worth it. Besides, having my arm turn into a mass of roots and branches sounded pretty impressive. Chapter 118, YGGY versus Constantine. Before leaving Elder Malric's laboratory, there was one final question that had been nagging at me. I hesitated for a moment, watching Constantine perform what appeared to be his cool-down stretches after his workout. "Elder," I began carefully, "how exactly are runes removed?" The elder looked up from where he was adjusting Constantine's new weight set. Apparently the cactus had complained that the previous dumbbells weren't challenging enough. "Remove a rune? Oh, that's quite simple at your rank." I didn't like the way he said simple. In my experience, when Elder Malric described something as simple, it usually involved at least 3 different ways to accidentally crystallize yourself. "Since the runes are inscribed on your physical body," he continued cheerfully, "all you need to do is separate the rune from your body. There are several methods. You could scrape the skin off, that's the most common approach, or burn it away if you prefer a quicker solution. Yes, that was exactly the kind of simple I'd been worried about. And of course, there's always the option of completely removing your limb if you're in a real hurry, or worse is when someone removes it for you during battle. I stared at him, wondering if he was joking. His expression suggested he wasn't. Though I wouldn't recommend that last one unless absolutely necessary, he added, as if that was the problematic part of what he'd just said. Reattachment can be quite troublesome. Right? I managed. I shouldn't have been surprised. Self-mutilation seemed to be a recurring theme in Skybound cultivation. Of course, things get much more complicated at higher ranks, the elder continued, apparently mistaking my horror for interest. Once the runes start integrating with your spiritual core, removal becomes quite interesting. He paused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Though you won't need to worry about that for a while. Now off you go. He made a shooing motion. Come back once you've inscribed those runes we discussed. Then we can do some proper combat practice. I nodded, knowing that I wouldn't be around to see what he had in mind this time for combat practice. As I turned to leave, something shot through the air toward my head, or more specifically, toward YGGY, who was wrapped around my neck like a scarf. I ducked instinctively as YGGY launched itself forward, meeting Constantine's attack head-on. The cactus had apparently abandoned its workout routine in favor of ambushing its rival. I moved to intervene, but Elder Malric raised a hand. Let them have some fun, he called out, grinning widely. Don't worry. They won't kill each other. I wasn't so sure about that. They were both the Elder's creations. Trying to murder each other seemed perfectly in character. Constantine struck first, launching a barrage of needles with frightening accuracy. YGGY twisted in midair, its form rippling like a ribbon in the wind as it dodged between the projectiles. A few needles grazed its surface, leaving thin scratches that leaked a pale green sap. But YGGY wasn't just evading. As it weaved through the assault, it was also closing the distance. The vine shot forward like a green lightning bolt. Its tip hardened into a sharp point aimed straight at Constantine's center mass. The muscular cactus blocked with one of its arms, the impact creating a small shockwave that scattered loose papers across the laboratory floor. Constantine's protective needles drew blood, or sap, in this case, but YGGY had already withdrawn and was circling for another attack. Excellent form, Elder Malric called out, sounding for all the world like a proud parent at a sporting event. Remember to maintain proper energy circulation. Constantine launched another needle barrage, but this time added a spinning motion that created a wider spread. YGGY was forced to retreat, giving the cactus time to press its advantage. Constantine charged forward with surprising speed for a potted plant, its muscular arms swinging in devastating combinations that would have made any martial artist proud. YGGY proved more agile, however. It slipped between the strikes like water, occasionally counterattacking with quick jabs that left shallow cuts in Constantine's thick hide. The two traded blows at an increasingly rapid pace, their movements becoming too fast for any mortal to follow. Watch their energy usage, Elder Malric commented excitedly. See how they're adapting their techniques? I had to admit it was impressive. Both creatures were clearly drawing on the Red Sun's power, though in very different ways. Constantine's attacks carried raw force, each strike backed by concentrated energy. YGGY, on the other hand, used shorter bursts for quick accelerations and precise strikes. The turning point came when Constantine overextended on a particularly powerful swing. YGGY didn't just dodge. It wrapped itself around the cactus's arm like a constricting snake. Before Constantine could react, YGGY had used the momentum of the punch to flip the much larger creature over its own arm. You could be reading stolen content. Head to Royal Road for the genuine story. Constantine crashed to the floor with enough force to crack the stone tiles. The cactus tried to rise, its muscles rippling with effort, but YGGY was already there. The vine hovered over its fallen opponent, its tip curved in what was unmistakably a question. Do you yield? For a moment, I thought Constantine would refuse. The cactus's needles bristled with aggressive energy. Then, slowly, its arms relaxed, One of them made a gesture that somehow managed to convey reluctant acceptance. YGGY immediately shifted from battle-ready to supportive, helping its former opponent back to an upright position. The vine's movements were gentle now, careful not to aggravate any of the cuts or bruises it had inflicted. Elder Malric was practically glowing with pride. Wonderful. Simply wonderful. Such control, such technique. He pulled out a small notebook and began scribbling frantically. Must remember to adjust the strength-to-speed ratios for the next creation. Constantine, now back in its pot, made a series of gestures that seemed to say it hadn't mastered energy manipulation yet. When it did, there would definitely be a rematch. YGGY's response was pure sass. A complex series of movements that somehow perfectly conveyed, "Sure. Sure. Keep telling yourself that." I couldn't help but smile as well. It was nice to see YGGY making friends, even if said friend's primary goal seemed to be proving its superiority through combat. In the cultivation world, that was practically a declaration of eternal brotherhood anyway. As we finally left the laboratory, my expression grew more serious. I had 2 major tasks left in this world before the Lightweaver attack: inscribing new runes into my inner world and increasing my red sun energy capacity. The second would require a trip to the meditation chamber, but first things first. When I arrived at my door, I entered and settled into meditation. The familiar sensation of entering my inner world washed over me as my consciousness separated from my physical form. The massive expanse of my domain spread out before me, the mountain ranges in the northwest, the garden region to the northeast, and the training zones in the southern quadrants. YGGY's spiritual form floated peacefully in its bubble near the garden area, seemingly none the worse for wear after its recent battle. At the center of it all, the Genesis seed stood proud, surrounded by the array of runes I'd so carefully crafted. I sighed, looking at the patterns I'd spent days weaving. Most of them would have to go. My cultivator body already had these inscribed, and duplicating them would be wasteful. Consider it good practice for rune weaving, Azure said, materializing beside me. The experience will prove valuable for the new patterns we'll be creating. True enough, I agreed. Still, it felt a bit like destroying a work of art. These runes represented my first real success with energy weaving. But there was no point in sentiment. I reached out with my will, severing the connections between the red sun and most of the runes. Only the fundamental rune, Worldroot Conduit, and Aegis Mark remained, the rest dissolved into streams of crimson energy that flowed back to their source. Which new runes will you be inscribing? Azure asked, though he already knew the answer. Soul Ward is the top priority, I replied, watching the last traces of the old runes fade away. Then the Shroud Rune, Rootform Rune, Overclock Rune, and Hawk's-Eye Rune. You've forgotten one, Azure pointed out. We still have one slot remaining. I frowned. I still haven't decided between the Leafstorm Rune and Rootbind Rune. They both have their uses. The Leafstorm would give me excellent battlefield control and a mobile defense. But the Rootbind's ability to suddenly restrict an opponent's movement could be game-changing in the right situation. Perhaps we should begin with the others, Azure suggested. By the time we complete those, you may have reached a decision. I nodded and got to work. Azure formed an image of the Soul Ward rune using spiritual energy, creating a perfect template to work from. I gathered red sun energy between my hands, attempting to weave it into the complex pattern. It was surprisingly difficult. The energy wanted to flow in its own ways, resisting my attempts to shape it into precise lines and curves. Several times, the pattern collapsed entirely, the energy dispersing back into the air. Remember, Azure said after my 5th failed attempt, you had extensive practice physically inscribing the previous runes. That experience made the energy weaving easier. This is an entirely new pattern. Some difficulty is to be expected. He had a point. I couldn't expect to master a new rune in just a few attempts. It would likely take hours, possibly even days, to get it right. 6 days later, the Soul Ward and Shroud runes hung in the air before me. The former's design consisted of concentric circles filled with intricate symbols. It reminded me of a mandala. As for the latter, it was all flowing lines that seemed to slide away from direct observation, creating a visual effect that matched its purpose. Excellent work, Azure said approvingly. Both patterns are stable and drawing power efficiently from the red sun. I nodded, but couldn't help feeling a bit frustrated. I would have liked to complete at least one more rune before leaving this world, but we're running out of time. The Light Weaver attack should be happening any day now. Looking around my inner world, I felt another twinge of regret. I'd hoped to develop this place more during this loop too. We'll have plenty more loops before the tournament begins, Azure reminded me. And while you may not have made major terrain changes, your breakthrough to the 6th stage of Qi condensation has caused significant growth. The entire space has expanded considerably. He was right, of course. A cultivation breakthrough was far more significant than a few landscape modifications. The raw increase in power and capacity would serve me better in the long run. I let my spiritual form fade, returning to my physical body. Opening my eyes, I found myself back in my room at the academy. What now, master? I smiled, standing up and stretching out the stiffness from hours of meditation. The past few days had consisted of eating, sleeping, and hours rune weaving in the inner world. Time to head to the meditation chamber. Might as well absorb as much red sun energy as I can before everything goes sideways. As I walked through the academy's halls, I couldn't help but wonder if I'd see any of these people again in future loops. The initiates practicing in the courtyards, the elders conducting their experiments, even Constantine the bodybuilding cactus. Would their stories play out differently next time? But those were thoughts for another day. Right now, I had red sun energy to absorb and a capacity limit to push. And if I was lucky, maybe I'd even figure out which rune to add to that last slot. The meditation chamber waited ahead, its doors marked with warning signs about proper energy safety protocols. I couldn't help but smile at that. In a place where people regularly exploded or crystallized themselves, they still felt the need to post safety warnings. Then again, maybe that was exactly why they needed them. I pushed open the doors, ready for what would probably be my last training session in this particular timeline. Chapter 119, My Last Training Session. The meditation chamber was exactly as I remembered. A vast space filled with floating crystalline platforms arranged in tiers like an otherworldly amphitheater. Thousands of these platforms hung suspended in the air, each one attuned to different levels of the red sun's power. I couldn't help but smile as I watched the other initiates file in, their movements careful and deliberate as they sought out platforms matching their cultivation level. They reminded me of freshmen on their first day of college, trying so hard to look like they belonged while secretly terrified of making a mistake. As I made my way toward the higher platforms, the whispers started almost immediately. Has he lost his mind? Those platforms are for peak rank 1. Stay away from him. He's going to explode. The concerned muttering grew louder as I passed the middle tiers, but I ignored them just as I had in the previous loop. Their warnings might have been valid for a normal initiate, but I had the Genesis seed to regulate the energy flow. A senior disciple, different from last time, but wearing the same expression of concerned authority, stepped forward to intercept me. Initiate, the higher platforms are restricted to... I kept walking, letting the formation's automatic steps materialize beneath my feet. The senior disciple's words trailed off as I ascended past him, probably wondering if he should forcibly stop me or just let me learn my lesson the hard way. He chose the latter, which was probably wise. Trying to physically stop someone who might be about to explosively crystallize wasn't exactly a safe career move. As I reached the highest platform, I could feel the difference in energy density. The red sun's power here was like comparing a garden hose to a fire hydrant. The sheer volume of energy pouring down was just as overwhelming as I remembered. The other initiate's concern isn't entirely misplaced, Azure commented as I settled into a meditation pose. The energy concentration at this height would literally cook a normal rank 1 from the inside out. Good thing we're not normal then, I replied silently, closing my eyes and shifting my awareness inward. The red sun pulsed eagerly as the external energy began pouring in, while its blue counterpart, partially hidden beneath the Genesis seed's canopy, seemed almost sulky. I believe, Azure said, materializing beside me. Your blue sun is feeling rather left out of all this energy absorption. He wasn't wrong. The blue sun was definitely radiating an aura of jealousy as it watched its crimson counterpart begin to swell with absorbed power. If a celestial body could pout, this one was definitely doing it. Sorry? I thought toward it, though I wasn't sure if it could actually understand me. But this is a Red Sun Academy. Blue Sun energy might raise some awkward questions. The Blue Sun's response was to duck further under the Genesis Seed's canopy, its light dimming slightly as if to say, "Fine, I see how it is." Meanwhile, the Red Sun was gorging itself on the incoming energy with almost obscene enthusiasm. It grew larger and larger. But unlike previous attempts, it didn't immediately challenge the Genesis Seed. Instead, it continued to absorb energy. Interesting, Azure observed. It seems to have learned from its previous defeats. Perhaps it's trying to accumulate enough power to actually pose a challenge this time. The Red Sun swelled further, its surface now rippling with waves of crimson energy. It grew to 3 times its original size, then for the 5 until it looked like it might explode at any moment. Only then did it finally turn its attention to the Genesis Seed. The miniature sun swaggered over, practically radiating confidence as it prepared to challenge its ancient rival. It pulsed aggressively, sending out waves of crimson power that would have been impressive if I hadn't seen the Genesis Seed's capabilities firsthand. The seed's response was different this time. Instead of simply swallowing the sun, it extended its roots like tentacles, wrapping around the bloated sphere. The Red Sun tried to resist, its surface flaring with desperate bursts of energy, but it was like watching a mouse try to fight an anaconda. The roots began to constrict, methodically draining the sun's accumulated power. A new approach, Azure noted with interest. The Genesis Seed seems to be taking its time with the energy conversion process. He was right. Rather than the quick absorption of previous attempts, this was more like a slow digestion. The roots pulsed with absorbed energy, creating complex patterns as they fed the power back to the seed's core. Finally, when the sun had been reduced to about half its swollen size, the roots lifted it up and deposited it directly into the Genesis Seed's waiting maw. A moment later, the seed spat the sun back out. But something was different this time. While definitely smaller than its power-drunk state, the Red Sun was noticeably larger than when we'd started. The slow absorption process seems to have allowed for better energy conversion, I murmured. And look, the connections to the runes are still intact. The runic patterns I'd so carefully crafted were still stable, thin streams of energy connecting them to the Red Sun despite its recent digestion. The fundamental rune in particular seemed to be processing energy more efficiently than before. I believe, Azure said thoughtfully, if we continue this cycle, each iteration should result in a slightly larger, more condensed core. This narrative has been unlawfully taken from Royal Road. If you see it on Amazon, please report it. Which means more energy available to the runes. I finished. Let's test that theory. We watched as the process repeated again and again. Each time, the Red Sun would gorge itself on incoming energy until it reached the point of bursting. The Genesis Seed would then drain it through its roots, process the energy, swallow what remained, and spit out a slightly improved version. After about 20 cycles, the pattern was clear. The Red Sun was definitely growing, albeit slowly. More importantly, its energy was becoming more refined, more concentrated. The connection to my runic network was strengthening with each iteration. 47, 48, 49. Azure counted as we continued the process. After the 50th cycle, he paused to analyze the results. Remarkable. Your energy capacity is now approaching what would be considered mid-rank 1. The density of the core has increased by approximately 37%. I nodded, pleased with the progress. A few more cycles and we should reach mid. The world shook. Not just my inner world. The physical world outside snapped back into focus as an explosion rocked the entire academy. The meditation chamber's crystalline platforms swayed dangerously, their usual stable hovering disrupted by whatever force had struck the barrier outside. Around me, other initiates were jolted out of their meditative states. Confusion and panic spread through the chamber as more explosions followed the first, each impact sending tremors through the ancient structure. What's happening? Are we under attack? The barrier, something's wrong with the barrier. The senior disciples tried to maintain order, but I could see the fear in their eyes. They knew what this meant, even if they didn't want to believe it. A massive explosion drowned out all other sound, and suddenly I felt it, the barrier's complete and total collapse. The protective energies that had surrounded the academy for millennia simply vanished. The chamber erupted into chaos. Initiates scrambled to reach lower platforms, no longer worried about maintaining proper meditation posture. Several senior disciples were shouting instructions, trying to organize an evacuation, but their voices were lost in the general panic. I remained seated on my platform, a small smile playing at my lips. "Well," I said quietly, "it seems my time is up." With that, I closed my eyes one final time and focused on the feeling of being separate from this body. Slowly, my conscience separated from Tomas's body like slipping out of a well-worn coat. As my soul rose from the physical form, I watched as the other initiates completely ignored Tomas's slumped form. They were far too focused on their own survival to notice one apparently unconscious student. I drifted higher, passing through the chamber's ceiling as easily as mist. Part of me worried that the Lightweavers might be able to detect my disembodied soul. Their blue sun arts were supposedly more attuned to anything related to the soul. But the white-robed figures trading devastating attacks with the Skybound seemed completely oblivious to my presence. Either their rank is too low to detect you, or your soul is different to the inhabitants of this world, Azure murmured. The sky above the academy was pure chaos, Skybound and Lightweavers clashing in spectacular displays of power, their attacks lighting up the heavens like competing fireworks displays. I felt the familiar pull trying to draw me back to the cultivation world, but I resisted it for a moment. There was something I needed to check first. My soul drifted higher, giving me a better view of what was going on. Rising higher and higher above the academy, I watched as the floating citadel shrank beneath me. From this vantage point, I could see everything. Maybe I could find out who disabled the barrier. But the battlefield was too chaotic, the damage too widespread to pinpoint its origin. Not that I was particularly surprised. Anyone skilled enough to disable these barriers would hardly leave obvious evidence of their sabotage. The perpetrator likely acted well before the attack began, Azure noted. Any traces would be long gone by now. I was about to respond when movement near the barrier's apex caught my attention. I spotted a group of figures that practically radiated authority, the Skybound Elders, gathered in emergency conference. Their usually immaculate robes were disturbed by the spiritual winds of battle, their faces grave as they discussed whatever had allowed their supposedly impenetrable defense to fall. Elder Malric joined their discussion with uncharacteristic seriousness, his normal manic energy completely absent. Then another figure simply manifested, not with any dramatic entrance or flash of power. One moment there was empty air. The next he stood among them as if he had always been there. Even from this distance, I could feel the absolute authority he radiated. This had to be the headmaster I'd heard mentioned but never seen. But the pull of the cultivation world was getting stronger now, harder to resist. I wasn't able to pick up on what they were talking about. With one last look at the academy, I let go, allowing my soul to be drawn back along that familiar path between worlds. The void embraced me like an old friend, its streams of energy guiding me home. Reality began to fade around me, the sounds of battle growing distant as I followed the sun's connection back to the cultivation world. Chapter 120, 20% debuff. Coming back from the Two Suns world was a smoother experience when you weren't, dead. And I had to admit I preferred this method. Getting vaporized, stabbed, or transformed into pure light might make for dramatic exits. But they weren't exactly pleasant. "Congratulations on not dying, Master," Azure said as I felt my consciousness settle into my body. "How long was I gone for this time?" I asked, opening my eyes. "Approximately 2 hours," Azure replied promptly. I nodded, having expected as much. Same ratio as last time, about a month there for every 2 hours here. Before Azure could respond, I felt a gentle tugging sensation in my soul. I closed my eyes, shifting my awareness to my inner world. There, nestled in a specially created bubble near the Genesis seed, was a sight that made me smile. The soul bond had worked. YGGY had traveled back with me to the cultivation world. Through our connection, I could feel the vine's curiosity and desire to explore this new world. Its consciousness brushed against mine with a clear question. Could it come out? All right then, come on out. Just be careful, okay? This world is different from what you're used to. I opened my eyes, maintaining the connection as YGGY materialized beside me in a swirl of green light. The vine moved cautiously at first, its tip weaving through the air as if tasting it. Suddenly, it recoiled, wrapping around my arm in what felt distinctly like alarm. The energy here is different, Azure explained. The vine is used to drawing power from the two suns. While Qi is abundant in our world, it's fundamentally different from what YGGY is accustomed to. That made sense. I reached out to stroke YGGY's length. You should still be able to draw energy from the suns in my inner world, I said through our soul bond, keeping the communication silent to prevent any eavesdropping. But out here, we use something called Qi. YGGY's tip formed a question mark, and I felt its curiosity spike through our bond. Qi is, well, it's like the energy of life itself, I explained, watching as YGGY extended tendrils to test the air. Everything living generates it, and cultivators like me learn to gather and control it. It's not better or worse than sun energy, just different. I spent the next few minutes explaining the basics of Qi cultivation, watching as the vine gradually relaxed, its movements becoming more curious than fearful. Master, Azure interrupted gently. While I hate to dampen this moment, we should exercise caution. We don't know how the sect elders might react to a being that uses an unknown energy source. It might be wise to keep YGGY in your inner world until we better understand the potential consequences. I sighed, knowing he was right. Sorry, buddy, I said to YGGY. But Azure has a point. We need to lay low for now. At least until we can figure out if it's safe for you here. YGGY's tip drooped slightly, but I felt its understanding through our bond. The vine gave me one last squeeze before dissolving back into motes of green light, returning to its bubble in my inner world. Maybe I can ask Elder Chen Yong about unusual spiritual beasts during our next formation lesson, I mused, walking to the window. The night sky was clear, stars twinkling above the peaks of the sect. If I'm careful about how I phrase it, I might be able to get some information about how the sect views beings that don't use conventional Qi. I stifled a yawn, the events of the day finally catching up with me. Time dilation or not, transitioning between worlds took a lot out of you. For now, though, I said, making my way to my bed, I think it's time for some actual sleep. We can figure out our next move in the morning. The next day, I found myself walking through the core disciple area, heading toward Lu Chen's quarters. Now that I was no longer in the two suns world, the blue sun was back in its proper orbit in my inner world. Theoretically, I could fly again, though I had no intention of revealing that particular ability anytime soon. More importantly, now that I had the Shroud Rune, when I channel the Red Sun's power, I'll no longer need to rely on the Blue Sun for cover. As for the 20% debuff, that was a reasonable trade-off for better concealment. Still, I needed to properly test how it affected each rune in combat conditions, which was why I was here. I found Lu Chun in his training yard, practicing basic sword forms while Rocky watched with what could only be described as paternal pride. The Stone Guardian noticed me first, letting out a grinding sound that was now understood as his version of a greeting. Brother Ku. Lu Chun lowered his practice sword. Is everything okay? We just saw you 2 days ago. I couldn't help but smile. To him, our last meeting was fresh in his mind. To me, it felt like we hadn't spoken in weeks. Everything's fine, I assured him. I was actually hoping to do some training with Rocky, if you don't mind. There are some techniques I'd like to test out. Rocky straightened up at that, mumbling something that sounded like, "Rocky happy help." His stone features might not have been expressive, but his enthusiasm was clear in the way he moved. "Can I watch?" Lu Chun asked excitedly, already bouncing on his toes. Elder Song says watching skilled cultivators spar is almost as valuable as practicing yourself. Of course, I agreed. Lead the way. The genuine version of this novel can be found on another site. Support the author by reading it there. Lu Chun practically ran to his private training area, a space specifically designed to withstand the kind of damage cultivators could dish out. The ground was reinforced with spirit stones, and formation arrays lined the walls to contain any stray energy. We took our positions, Rocky and I facing each other while Lu Chun stationed himself at what he clearly considered a safe viewing distance, which, given Rocky's size and strength, was probably wise. "Ready," Lu Chun called out, clearly enjoying his role as referee. When we both nodded, he threw his hand down. "Fight!" I narrowed my eyes, studying Rocky's stance. We were both at the 6th stage of chi condensation, which made him perfect for testing how the Shroud Rune's effects would impact my combat abilities. Time to see just how much that 20% power reduction actually meant in practice. I channeled the Shroud Rune's power, feeling something similar to a veil settle over my presence. Then, in one smooth motion, I activated Blink Step and vanished. I reappeared directly in front of Rocky, my right fist already moving, powered by the Titan's Crest rune. The Stone Guardian reacted with surprising speed, meeting my strike with his own massive fist. The impact felt different. The 20% reduction in power was noticeable, though not as debilitating as I'd feared. The clash sent a minor shockwave through the training ground, our fists locked in a contest of pure strength. Despite the size difference and the debuff, we seemed evenly matched. The decrease appears to affect raw power output more than precision or speed, Azure observed as I ducked under Rocky's follow-up swing. What followed was a fast-paced exchange of blows that would have looked absolutely ridiculous to an outsider. A human-sized cultivator trading punches with a 15-foot Stone Guardian. But Rocky proved to be an excellent sparring partner. My speed let me weave around his attacks, but his incredible durability meant I could test various combinations without holding back too much. "You have to admit," Azure commented dryly, "he really does make an excellent punching bag." A right cross enhanced by Titan's Crest barely chipped his stone skin. His counterpunch nearly took my head off, forcing me to backflip away. I landed in a crouch, only to have to immediately roll sideways as Rocky's foot came down where I'd been. "Your form is improving," I called out, genuinely impressed. "Been practicing?" Rocky's grinding reply might have been bashful, but it was hard to tell with his stone face. I sprang back to my feet, deciding it was time to test how the Shroud Rune affected my elemental techniques. But before I could activate Vine Whip, Rocky did something unexpected. His right arm shot forward, literally extending as the stone restructured itself, turning his already impressive reach into something ridiculous. My eyes widened. That was new. The Aegis Mark activated almost instinctively, its hexagonal barrier materializing just in time to catch Rocky's extending fist. The impact still sent me sliding backward, my feet leaving grooves in the reinforced ground. "Go Rocky!" Lu Chun cheered from the sidelines. "Show him your new technique." I felt YGGY stirring restlessly in my inner world, eager to join the fight. "Not yet," I sent through our bond. "Soon, but not yet." Landing in a controlled slide, I activated Vine Whip, causing 3 nearby vines to respond to my will. As they wrapped around me, I quickly activated Explosive Seed, carefully measuring the power I fed into each one. This wasn't about winning. It was about testing the interactions between my runes under the Shroud's effect. The vines shot forward like living whips. Rocky dodged the first one, then grabbed the second out of the air and hurled it away. But the third one managed to wrap around his leg just as he was completing a rather impressive rolling dodge. And that was when the explosion was triggered. It was relatively minor. I deliberately kept the power low, but it still filled the training ground with dust and debris. When it cleared, Rocky was standing there looking more stunned than damaged. I think that's enough for today, I called out, lowering my guard instead of taking advantage of the giant's stunned state. Thank you for the spar, Rocky. You're a perfect training partner. Rocky shook off the effects of the explosion and then bowed. Rocky learned lots, he rumbled. Thank you. Lu Chun ran over, practically vibrating with excitement. That was amazing. I want to spar with you too, Brother Ku. I laughed, ruffling his hair. One day, kid. Focus on your basics for now. They're more important than flashy techniques. The Stone Guardian nodded sagely at this, though the effect was somewhat ruined by the small bits of debris still falling off him from the explosion. After helping clean up the training ground, and apologizing to a rather frazzled-looking gardener who'd come to investigate the explosion, I said my goodbyes and headed back toward the outer disciple area. The spar had been informative, the Shroud Rune's power reduction was manageable, and the ability to freely use the Red Sun's energy more than made up for it. I was so lost in analyzing the fight with Azure that I almost missed it. A familiar voice from behind me, smooth as silk and twice as dangerous. It's been a while, junior brother. Slowly, I turned around, already knowing who I would see.